Good morning and welcome, one and all, to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike. This morning, I have several articles to talk about. One of them not being about Ezra Miller being fired. I'm tired of hearing about his name and talking about it, to be perfectly honest. But I do have plenty of stories to go through this morning. And of course, I will provide the link to join me in the chat after I read the first story that I have chosen. And I hope you are all doing well on this Sunday morning. And also, before we begin, I do want to wish a happy Father's Day for each and every one of you who are fathers and those who act in the role of mother and father. So, before I get underway, I do want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G. How's it going, brother? Again, I hope everyone's doing well this morning. And let's go ahead and jump right into this, shall we? So, this first story I have here comes from Bounty in the Comics, and it says that Legendary and Netflix released their first teaser image for King Kong anime series Skull Island. This article was posted on the 17th, and it starts off by saying, it's been mostly radio silence since the MonsterVerse spin-off anime was announced by Netflix, to the point where some have even started if the series was still in development. Excuse me. Sorry for having to clear my throat. Allergies. They've been kicking my butt this season. And let's see. It continues to go on by saying, thankfully for eager fans, any doubts can now be laid to rest, as Legendary Television has officially released the first sneak peek image of Skull Island, and while it isn't much, it speaks volumes. Netflix Geek Week event and shared by Legendary across all of their related social media accounts, including the Twitter for Con Skull Island, which surprisingly remains active after all these years. Our first glimpse at the MonsterVerse set series from the production team behind the Castlevania anime adaptation is a single screenshot showing an aerial view of a set of Con footprints on a beach. Oh, he's just taking a nice stroll on the beach. You know, we all like to do that on occasion. And of course, this is their tweet. It says, here's your first glimpse at Skull Island, a new anime series about a group of explorers that find themselves on a collision course with strange beasts, terrifying titans, and the most mysterious island the world has ever known. Coming to Netflix, MonsterVerse, Con Skull Island. It continues to say in this article, kneeling at the center of the giant hand-shaped impression are two people who look near microscopic in proportion to the altered landscape around them. Alongside the image, Legendary also shared the first synopsis of the series, teasing here's your first glimpse at Skull Island, a new anime series about a group of explorers that find themselves on a collision course with strange beasts, terrifying titans, and the most mysterious island the world has ever known. So basically the same that I just read in the other paragraph. This goes on to say, while the new synopsis and image clear up a few questions surrounding the series, they also raise more than they can answer. First, from the synopsis, we can determine that Skull Island will feature more titans than just Khan, though we don't know if this means the ape will encounter a new species of kaiju or run up against one of the many seen across Legendary's various MonsterVerse media. To that end, there's also the possibility we'll be introduced to strange new species variations on established favorites such as skull crawlers. For example, since there exists a Queen Motu and a Motu Prime, similarly, some classifications could well exist in the Skull Crawler family tree. And for those of you keeping score at home, that's my first error. Further, as we know from MonsterVerse canon, the skull crawlers get bigger the deeper one goes into the hollow earth, it's a logical conclusion that nothing would stop them from becoming stranger while they're at it. Then there's a bat demon, Kamazats, who may make a jump from the pages of Legendary's Kingdom Come graphic novel to the small screen. Admittedly, it's a small chance that may require some breaking continuity to make happen, but let's imagine for a minute just how insane it would be to see Khan violently punching the beast out of the sky in full motion. The image makes his use all more appealing, to say the least. The appearance of Kamazats could also help indicate which time period Skull Island is set in. Current speculation points that the series will take place either in the 1930s or sometime prior to the events in 1973, as depicted in Khan Skull Island. However, these time frames don't exactly work out, as unless Khan reached maturity during the Depression, he wouldn't have been big enough to make the footprints seen in the teas. Well, maybe it's his parents. You never know. Of course, his exact size in Skull Island is currently unclear, as his design is among the many things well-kept secrets of the turning wheels of the Monsterverse, so there's a chance these discrepancies will eventually be addressed. In addition to Skull Island, Legendary is currently developing several other spin-offs, each with their own secretive plots. These include an Apple TV Godzilla series and Son of Khan, the big screen follow-up to Godzilla vs. Khan, directed by the returning Adam Wingard. At present, none of these productions have an official release date, but regardless, the Monsterverse keeps chugging along. Are you excited for the Khan Skull Island anime? Well, I gotta be honest, I wasn't that impressed with Khan Skull Island. It was okay for a big monster movie. It was better than Godzilla. I'll say that. But that's not much. Now, I will say that I did like, Godzilla versus Khan. However, again, I wasn't that impressed by Khan Skull Island, but that's just me. And now comes to the portion of the show where I'm going to put the link into the chat. I also want to let you guys know that there have been some internet issues this morning. So if it looks like at any point the internet's unstable on my end, I may have to end this broadcast a little earlier than planned. So I just want to give you all a heads up on that in case I have to. Hopefully I won't have to, and hopefully I'll be able to get through this with no issues other than me screwing up reading an article. So let's go ahead and move on to the first article while I wait for any responses to this current article that I'm reading. So let's go ahead and eliminate that last article. And let's go ahead and continue with the anime news. And let's, yes. Let's go ahead and talk about this. So I'm going to go ahead and put the article that I'm going to read into the chat right now so you all can follow along or read at your own leisure. And let's get into this next article, shall we? Here we go. So we have this article from comicbook.com that was posted just yesterday at 11:40 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It says Trigon fans celebrate anime's return confirmation. Now, I have seen Trigon. I have enjoyed Trigon. It's one of those I'm going to go back and probably watch over and over again. I enjoy it so much. It's just like watching the first 5 seasons of My Hero Academia. I enjoy that show. So it's one of those shows I can go back to over and over again. No matter how many times I watch the episodes, I don't get tired of it. Same with watching Ghost in the Shell. I enjoy Ghost in the Shell. I enjoy watching Akira. I mean, I'm not an expert when it comes to anime. I'm still relatively new when it comes to anime. So if anybody wants to come on and talk anime, we can talk anime, because I'll be honest, in August, I'm thinking, and this is just in the planning stage right now, but I'm thinking of having one of my Saturday streams of Pop Talk be all about anime, where I invite people who are experts, as far as I'm concerned, in anime to come and talk about their favorite animes, and just hear them gush about it, what they enjoy about it, and learn a few things. Good morning, Anonymous, who says, I only know The Last Airbender. All right. Yeah, I've never watched The Last Airbender, and there were a lot of people that liked the anime, yet when they saw the movie, they were disappointed, greatly disappointed, from what I've heard. So this article from comicbook.com says Trigon 10. There. All right, try this over again. This article from comicbook.com says Trigun Stampede has been confirmed, with Studio Orange set to animate the new adventures of Vosh the Stampede and the desert planet that he calls home. With the new series set to arrive next year in 2023, fans of the classic anime franchise are celebrating the major comeback of the humanoid typhoon, and are preparing for the series to air in some big ways. Needless to say, 2023 is set to be a big year for the medium of anime across the board. The official Trigon Stampede account on Twitter shared new details about the return of Vosh and the Stampede, and how Studio Orange will be heading the project that will see the unique anime property that stands toe to toe with the likes of classic anime franchises such as Cowboy Bebop, Outlaw Star, and more. And this is the official Twitter account, and they're saying 25 years after the first anime series, Trigon will be reborn in 2023, entitled Trigon Stampede, produced by the Japan's best 3D animation studio, Orange, with an all-new staff and cast. And it says, are you excited about the return of Trigon? Are you guys, any of you who have watched Trigon, are you excited about a continuation, a return, a reboot, whatever you want to call it? And let's see. DJ Ronnie G says, you do that on a Saturday or anywhere between Wednesday and Saturday? Yeah, anytime I have the special Saturday editions of Pop Talk, and those are always going to be once a month. It's always going to be on a Saturday, which will always mean, unless I get the crazy idea of doing one live in the morning, but whenever I do those Saturdays Pop Talks, then that means that Sunday there will be no live edition of Pop Talk. It'll just be the 2-story Pop Talk as you saw last week. And let's see. DJ Ronnie G says, I will happily gush about my favorite animes. All right, brother. I'll go ahead and pencil you in. So, what do you all think? Trigon is coming back. All new voice cast, all new staff. You think it's going to be good? Oh, we won't know until we find out next year. But I'm looking forward to it. I enjoyed the first anime series of Trigon, so who's to say I won't enjoy this? Especially if it's written well. Now, continuing on with some anime news. That's right. I figured I would start with anime this morning, just change things up. That's what I like to do. I like to change things up every now and then, and you know, keep it fresh instead of it getting stale. So this next article I have here comes from Geek Tyrant. And it says Dragon Ball Super Superhero gets theatrical release dates and English voice cast. So there you are. And this article was posted on their site 2 days ago. It's by Tommy Williams. Usually, when I read an article, it's by Joy Power, but this time I've got an article from someone else. And it says Crunchyroll and Toei Animation recently announced the theatrical release date for Dragon Ball Super Superhero. The newest film in the Dragon Ball franchise will be launching on August 19th in North America, the UK, and Ireland, with tickets going on sale on July 22nd. In the US, the film will also be available in select IMAX theaters. Superhero will be screened in both English dubbed and subtitle formats so fans can choose their preference. Below, I've included the theatrical release dates for the entire globe. And it goes on to say, right here, the Red Ribbon Army was once destroyed by Son Goku. Individuals who carry on its spirit have created the ultimate androids, Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. These two androids call themselves superheroes. They start attacking Piccolo and Gohan. What is the new Red Ribbon Army's objective? In the face of approaching danger, it's time to awaken superhero. In addition to the release date, the English dub cast for Superhero was announced, with the usual suspects leading the charge, like Sean Schemmel, Christopher Sabat, Monica Riel, and Kyle Hebert. Joining the cast are Zach Aguilar as Dr. Hidu, Alex Lee as Gamma 1, Zeno Robinson as Gamma 2, Charles Marinette as Magenta, and James Marnotro as Carmine. Are you excited? Well, I got to be honest. I'm not really a fan of Dragon Ball Z, even though I have seen some things that they look very good. They look very good. It's me. I've never been able to get into Dragon Ball Z. I've never watched the original Dragon Ball. So maybe if I watch the original Dragon Ball, I might like that more than I like Dragon Ball Z. Who knows? But I got to be honest. Even though I'm not much of a Dragon Ball fan, I'll give this a shot. Give it a look. I may not go out to the theater to see it, but I'll give it a look. I'm sure a lot of fans out there will give it a look, and they'll get exactly what they want, exactly what they're paying for because they enjoy it. But again, I'll give it a chance. I'm always willing to give something a chance, and if I like it, cool. If I don't like it, I'll move on. So let's go ahead and move on to our next anime story for this morning, which also comes from Geek Tyrant. And again, all these articles are down in the description below if you want to read them after this live broadcast is over. So let me go ahead and share the screen. I am sharing the screen right about now. Here we go. This article from Geek Tyrant. Let me get rid of this ad. I'm tired of these pop-up ads. I don't like them. Don't like them one bit. So this article says Digimon Survive gets release date for July in new trailer. And yes, there are Digimon fans out there, and there are Digimon fans who think Digimon is better than Pokemon. I don't know. I'm not part of that club. I honestly have had no interest in Pokemon before. And I know, Whoopa, I know if you're watching, That's going to make your jaw drop and make you go, I can't talk to you anymore, Pacific. Nah, I just never been able to get into it. I like watching your gameplay of Pokemon Red and hearing you talk about Pokemon, hearing your passion for it, hearing anyone's passion for whatever they love. But I've never been able to get into Pokemon, and I've seen some of the Digimon. It's not bad, but again, you know, I've got to find the animes I like, and the animes that I don't like, well, I'll probably never watch after the first initial viewing. And it says Bandai Namco recently dropped a new trailer for Digimon Survive, which included a release date. The trailer showed fans the hybrid visual novel and tactical RPG gameplay that they can expect. I'm very torn on this. I have learned that I can be very picky about my visual novel games, so hopefully the tactical RPG elements help it work for me. I think it's cool the more terrifying approach the game seems to be taking to the world of Digimon. And we've got this right here that says Digimon Survive sends players to a mysterious world filled with dangerous monsters and deadly battles that will test their ability to survive. Stepping into the shoes of protagonist Takume Momozuka, and I'm trying with these names, trying to get used to pronouncing Japanese names and trying to do it correctly, even though I do tend to butcher them. Players will have the ability to directly impact the outcome of their adventure via a variety of potentially grim choices, including how their Digimon evolve, the way they bond with NPCs, and more. So as you can play Digimon Survive on Nintendo Switch, PC, which it'll be available on Steam, PS4, and Xbox One starting July 29th. You can pre-order the game now and get Gaiamon and HP support equipment as bonus content. And let's see, Anonymous is saying, I actually watched Digimon cartoon and liked it better than Pokemon. Yeah, I remember because it's one of those things that you do during an afternoon when you're off from work, and this 25 years ago. Flipping through the channels and seeing it, going, all right, this is pretty cool, and of course the animation itself catches your eye, and I thought it was pretty cool. And let's see. Phil says, release the Shatner cut. You know what, Phil? Just for that, I'm going to play this clip.
I know this ship like the back of my hand.
There you go, Phil. Just for you. He also says, PACIFIC414, the butcher of Japanese. I'm trying, brother. I'm trying. Jeez, man. Well, yeah, they probably are coming for me. They'll probably teach me the correct pronunciation of every Japanese word I can't pronounce correctly, which I would appreciate. No joke there. No joke there. All right, so let's see if this has any more to it. I will play the video for anybody who's interested in the game. Seems a little unfair. And let me here. I'm gonna unshare that. Then I'm gonna share it again because I don't think I was sharing audio. I wasn't. There we go. Now you should get audio when I play the video clip. You know what, Anonymous? You know what? You get the other clip.
Excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
All right, so let's go ahead and play this trailer. Let me know if you all can hear it.
Yuki? lost in a strange parallel world.
だから僕は反対だ。子供だけでこんな危険な場所を探索なんて。
Be careful, as
I'm only pausing it because it's Bandai Namco and they're a little picky about their content.
each decision could be your last. Using your phone, uncover strange anomalies in this new world as you try to piece together a mystery.
どうして一体何があったの
Surrounded by a mysterious dense fog, filled with danger around every corner. Trapped in a world swarming with monsters, where terrifying creatures roam the night. As if bound by fate, they must work together.
It looks interesting. I'll say that.
They must trust one another. They must save each other.
This character looks bored. They must survive. I mean, it doesn't look bad.
Delve into Digimon Survive this July 29th, 2022.
It doesn't look bad. Anonymous. Brother. Phil says, I need to play Skyrim. Well, I do have Game Pass, so I might as well give it a try. I'll try it out. I'll even stream it. I don't know if I'll stream it here on the YouTube channel or if I'll stream it over on the Twitch channel, but I'll stream it. And Phil says, I'd rather play Skyrim. Well, you know, there's a game out there for everybody. And speaking of the Twitch channel, let me go ahead and put the link into the chat. This way, if you're not following me over on Twitch, you can follow me over on Twitch. There will be gameplay over on Twitch that won't be on the main channel, and the main channel being this one. So there's the link, and let's go ahead and move on to the next story. Let me just check the health of the stream, make sure it is healthy. And all right, so now let's go ahead and go into one of the main stories. But before we go into one of the main stories, I'll do a little warm-up story to get into it. So once you see this warm-up story, you'll know exactly where I'm going. Here we go. Another article from Geek Tyrant. Let me go ahead, copy the link, paste it into chat. There you are. This article from Geek Tyrant was posted on Friday and it's by our good friend Joy Parr. I say that because it seems like anytime I read an article from Geek Tyrant, except for the first one this morning, it's usually by Joy Parr. And it says, Zac Efron set to star in a new wrestling drama entitled The Iron Claw, about the Von Erich family. And if anybody knows anything about wrestling and the role that the Von Erichs have played in wrestling, and also the tragic story with the Von Erichs, then this might interest you. And I'm talking about it because I've talked about wrestling on this channel before. I have a couple of videos from WWE events I've been to, and I just thought, you know what? I'm going to read this article on Sunday. This article starts off by saying Zac Efron has signed on to star in a new film project being produced by A24 titled The Iron Claw. The drama is being written and directed by Sean Durkin. The Nest, Marcy May Marlene. The movie will tell the true story of the rise and fall of the Von Erich family, a dynasty of wrestlers who made a huge impact on the sport from the 1960s to the present day. I'm not really that familiar with the Von Erich family. Okay, well, why are you writing the article? Why not give it to someone who is a little bit more familiar with the Von Erich family? I mean, they do have a history. It's a tragic history, unfortunately, but it's a history. And it continues by saying, and I'll just read that first paragraph again. I'm not really that familiar with the Von Erich family, so I looked them up on the internet, and here's the information I found. Their history is actually pretty sad and tragic, as I've said. And due to that, there's a myth at the Von Erich curse. Here are the details. And this is for anyone who's not familiar with the Von Erich family, or you were never a fan of professional wrestling to begin with, and that's fine. Not everybody's a fan of professional wrestling. Not everybody's a fan of pop culture. Not everybody's a fan of everything. And before I do, let's see. Anonymous says, I've given my brother more than a handful of iron claws. Phil McCracken says, laugh out loud. They don't know anything about it, but did research. WTF. So it says the Von Erich family is an American professional wrestling family, originally from Texas. Their actual surname is Atkinson, but every member who has been in the wrestling business has used the rename Von Erich. After the family patriarch, Fritz Von Erich, Jack Atkinson, Jack took on the name as part of his wrestling gimmick, i.e. in-ring persona, as he originally portrayed a villainous heel in wrestling terminology, German Nazi, hence using a German-sounding name. When Fritz died of cancer in his Denton County home in 1997 at the age of 68, 5 of his 6 sons had predeceased him. His firstborn, Jack Jr., was accidentally shocked and drowned in a puddle at age 6 in 1959 outside his Niagara Falls home. In 1984, David Von Erich died in a Tokyo hotel from enteritis at the age of 25. Mike, Chris, and Carrie. And Carrie is probably one of the more famous Von Erichs of those 3, of Mike and Chris. And it is tragic that they all committed suicide, and you just think what could have been. But it says Mike took an overdose of Placido near Louisville Lake in 1987 at age 23. Chris shot himself in the head with a 9mm handgun in 1991 at the age of 21, and Carrie shot himself in the chest in the family yard in 1993 at age 33. Kevin Von Erich is the last surviving son. These deaths are the main basis for widespread myth about a family curse. The term Von Erich curse is also used colloquially to refer to the chain of events. The origin or purpose of the curse is not generally agreed and rarely discussed. More often, the story is presented as a cautionary tale about parental influence, sibling rivalry, and various dangers of the professional wrestling business. Kevin's sons, Marshall and Ross, have begun wrestling in 2012, and Carrie's daughter, Lacey, wrestled from 2007 until her retirement in 2010. And Lacey Von Erich was actually in WWE for a short time under their developmental deals, but she was eventually released. And if memory serves, she went to Total Impact Wrestling after she was released from her WWE contract. This sounds like it will make a fascinating film, and it's definitely going to be a great project for Efron to take on. Well, I'm going to check it out, and part of it is because I was a big wrestling fan. I've tried to get back into it. I tried to get back into it with AEW, and it started off good for a time, but now they're going down the same road as WWE, and it's never going to be like it once was when you had the Monday Night Wars between WWF, that's what the WWE was known as during that time, and WCW. Okay, let's see. Phil McCracken says most people in wrestling, let alone anything with entertainment business, never use their real names. No, it's all part of a gimmick. It's very rare, especially now, where a wrestler will actually use their real name. And even if they debut with their real name, it's only for a short time before, they get some sort of gimmick name. And I mean, I think of Dustin Reynolds, also known as Dustin Rhodes, the son of the late great Dusty Rhodes. In WWE, most fans would know him as Goldust when he was in WWE. And of course, he was in WCW. He was known as Seven, and a gimmick that even he frowned upon, and a couple other gimmicks, but he'll always be known as Goldust to most fans. And Phil McCracken says, let it also be known that Von Erich brothers used a lot of drugs and heavy ones. And, that's the thing. You hear about stories of wrestlers using a lot of painkillers. Because let me tell you this, folks. If you go to a live event, whether it's WWE or AEW or even on the independent circuit, that ring, there's not a lot of padding in that ring. There's a very thin layer of padding, and the rest is plywood underneath the ring mat. So there's not a lot of give. The wrestlers, men and women, put their bodies through hell. And let's see. Yeah, and that's very true, Phil. And again, a lot of them do it because they're in so much pain. Phil McCracken also says Derry Wyndham and his brother Kendall used their real names, but their dad was Blackjack. Yep. DJ Ronnie G is saying hello to Phil McCracken, and Phil McCracken is saying hello to DJ Ronnie G. Phil McCracken says the WWE reign is hard. The old NWA WCW was more forgiving. Yeah, but even if it was more forgiving, it still didn't offer that much padding. Especially when you have wrestlers doing moves off the top turnbuckle or even off the top rope. Or you have a guy who, is doing something like a power bomb, a choke slam. It's unforgiving. You see wrestlers like Terry Funk, who can barely walk anymore because of all the injuries he suffered inside that ring. And it happens. It's part of the profession that they chose. Now, some wrestlers have, gone out of the wrestling business, some due to injuries. Christopher Nowinski comes to mind. He suffered a concussion and had to retire at a very young age, and actually started up an organization trying to help other wrestlers who have suffered concussions while wrestling. Which this will bring me to our next story. And our next story is this, since we are talking wrestling at the moment. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat. And Phil McCracken says, I don't know how mankind dude loved Cactus Jack Mick Foley is still alive. Neither do I. I mean, especially, and this gets brought up a lot, especially after his match against The Undertaker in Hell in the Cell, the first Hell in the Cell, where he, goes through the Hell in the Cell and lands on the mat. How he was still alive, or even being thrown off the top of the cell and onto the announce table. Tell you, the guy was crazy. I mean, they were all pretty much crazy for doing the stunts that they did, especially during that time. All right, so we have this article from Bounty in the Comics. It was actually posted on Thursday. It's by Jacob Smith. It says WWE Chairman Vince McMahon under investigation for hush money payments to ex-employees. Goes on to say, World Wrestling Entertainment Chairman Vince McMahon is no stranger to public scandals. No, he had the steroid scandal back in the 90s. But in a new report by the Wall Street Journal, the latest controversy now has the chairman under investigation by his own board of directors. According to the Wall Street Journal, the board of World Wrestling Entertainment is investigating a secret $3 million settlement that longtime chief executive Vince McMahon agreed to pay to a departing employee with whom he had an affair, according to the documents and people familiar with the board inquiry. The former employee, who was hired as a paralegal in 2019, was barred by the January 2022 separation agreement from talking about the details of her relationship with Vince. However, the investigation has gone deeper into other matters. The investigation, which started in April, revealed other non-disclosure agreements between female ex-employees of the company alleging misconduct by McMahon and John Laurinaitis. John heads the talent relations at WWE. While it's unconfirmed how many NDAs there are in total, the board's outside counsel claims that settlements have been handed out in millions of dollars. It says the board's 8 independent directors have retained New York-based law firm Simpson, Thacher, and Bartlett LLP to conduct the investigation. The board's preliminary findings are that Mr. McMahon used personal funds to pay the former female employees who signed the agreements, including the one involving allegations against Mr. Laurinaitis. Goes on to say the law firm also is assessing WWE's compliance and human resources programs and company culture. Board members learned of the $3 million agreement in a series of anonymous emails they received from someone who said the former WWE paralegal was a friend. Mr. McMahon's attorney, Jerry McDevitt, said the former paralegal hadn't made any claims of harassment against McMahon and that WWE did not pay any monies to the ex-employee on her departure. A source close to the situation is expecting, crap storm over the course of the next few weeks as more details become public with this ongoing situation. WWE became a publicly traded company in 1999, and allegations of financial misconduct by the chairman could have a negative impact on the company's stock price and distrust from their shareholders. WWE's stock price sits at $67.18 a share as of this writing. Last month, WWE's chief brand officer, Stephanie McMahon, the daughter of Vince, revealed she is taking a leave of absence from the majority of her roles within the company. Stephanie announced on Twitter, as of tomorrow, I am taking a leave of absence from the majority of my responsibilities at WWE. WWE is a lifelong legacy for me, and I look forward to returning to the company that I love after taking this time to focus on my family. Of course, she is married to Paul Levesque, also known as Triple H, who you see right there. Stephanie stated that her hiatus would only be temporary as she looks forward to resuming her role with the promotion. Her husband, Paul Levesque, aka Triple H, retired from in ring competition at the age of 52 this year after suffering a massive heart attack last summer, which left him with a defibrillator fitted to his chest. Levesque remains the executive vice president of global talent strategy and development of WWE. It goes on to say this is not Vince's first rodeo with a major public scandal. McMahon was acquitted in 1994 after being accused of distributing steroids to his wrestler, and his company was under fire in 2007 following the double murder suicide of famed wrestler Chris Benoit. Despite the investigation, Vince McMahon controls about 80% of WWE's voting power, despite owning just 30% of the company. Brandon Thurston of WrestleNomics cites the shares held by Vince, Linda, and Stephanie McMahon are Class B, which give them each of their shares 10 times voting power over Class A shares held by all of others. Sorry about that. What are your thoughts? Well, real quick, I also will find the follow-up that states that Stephanie McMahon has returned from her leave of absence and is now the interim CEO and chairwoman of WWE. So here, I'll take this one from Market Watch and I will share it here right now. So let's go ahead, put that up there. And this article from Market Watch will be posted in the chat. And it goes on to say this, and this was published on Friday. Vince McMahon's daughter, Stephanie McMahon, is the WWE's new CEO. 5 things to know about Stephanie McMahon, the interim WWE chairwoman and CEO, while Vince McMahon is investigated for alleged misconduct. Stephanie McMahon, the WWE's new CEO and chairwoman, is taking over her father, Vince McMahon's position. It goes on to say, meet the new boss. Stephanie McMahon has taken over as World Wrestling Entertainment Inc.'s chairman and CEO after her father, Vince McMahon, stepped down amid an investigation into his alleged misconduct with an employee. The WWE is looking into a secret $3 million settlement that McMahon, the former chair and CEO, also known as the boss and the chairman of the world's largest professional wrestling promotion company, reportedly paid to an employee that he allegedly had an affair with, according to the Wall Street Journal. Stephanie McMahon had previously worked as WWE's chief brand officer and will run things in the meantime. Until the conclusion of the investigation into recent allegations, I am honored to assume the role of interim chairwoman and CEO, she tweeted. I love WWE and all it continues to do to entertain billions around the world. Here are the 5 things to know about WWE's new CEO. Oh, well, she's the wife of Triple H. She's daughter of Vince McMahon, the sister of Shane McMahon, the daughter of Linda McMahon, who actually ran for a Senate seat in Connecticut and lost twice. Wrestling runs in her family. As stated above, Stephanie McMahon is the daughter of Vince McMahon. but she is also the fourth generation in the McMahon family to be either a wrestling. All right. Why did it skip on me? All right. To be either a wrestling or boxing promoter. The tradition traces back to her great-grandfather, Roderick Jess McMahon, grandfather Vincent J. McMahon, as well as her father, Vincent K. McMahon, or Vincent Kennedy McMahon, also known as Mr. McMahon. All right. What's going on here? Might be having some trouble with the internet. There we go. Let me just check a few more things. All right. Now I'm going to get back to reading the article. Everything looks fine. It also goes on to say she is a former professional wrestler. Yes, she won the women's championship back in, I believe it was 99 or 2000 during the Attitude Era. And of course, she's been part of the Authority storyline from about 10 years ago with Triple H. And she's been an on-screen personality. She's been behind the scenes in various different roles. But she's always been a prominent figure on camera, off camera, all around WWE. I wish that would stop. Skipping. Goes on to say Stephanie McMahon had dozens of appearances as a pro wrestler at various WWE events, including WrestleMania and SmackDown. Her WWE storylines and events include Vengeance 2003 and 1999 Raw, according to a Bleacher Report article recounting her career, which described her as a scavenger waiting for someone else to fell prey before lunging at it. So basically, she's looking for her opportunity in storylines. When she won the women's championship, it was a moment of weakness. I can't remember who the champion was at the time, but she won the championship, and Triple H was the WWF championship, because everybody who's my age or even older can't remember when World Wrestling Entertainment was the World Wrestling Federation, also known as the WWF. And we're not talking about the World Wildlife Fund either. So it goes on to say she is married to a pro wrestler. As I mentioned before, Stephanie McMahon has been married to WWE wrestler Paul Triple H Levesque since 2003. It was a case of life imitating art, as McMahon and Triple H had an on-screen romance, which culminated in them getting married for a WWE event in 1999. She and Triple H have even occasionally competed as a couple at WWE events throughout their careers. The dynamic duo grappled together under the name The Authority. Her net worth is reportedly around $150 million. Stephanie McMahon and her husband, Paul Triple H Levesque, have a combined net worth of $150 million. In addition to her C-suite roles at the WWE, McMahon owns millions of dollars worth of WWE common stock as of 2020, according to an SEC filing. WWE shares were trading just above $62 the day she was named the interim CEO on Friday, June 17th. She was taking a leave of absence before becoming the interim CEO. Last month, Stephanie McMahon announced that she was taking a leave of absence from her WWE responsibilities as chief brand officer, citing her family. WWE is a lifelong legacy for me, and I look forward to returning to the company that I love after taking the time to focus on my family, she tweeted. The Wrestling Observer reported that McMahon would be back eventually, but there was no timetable for a return until she was named the new CEO this week, that is. So there you have it. Stephanie McMahon is now in charge. And Anonymous says, save the polar bears. Phil McCracken is saying justice for Coca-Cola polar bears. And let's see. Phil McCracken had also said, this is not new. This has been going on in wrestling along with Hollywood. If you are a woman, you want the job or the role, they had to do things, and vast majority did. So willingly, yeah. And our elected people are no different. That's true. And I'll be perfectly honest, there have been a lot of wrestling fans who have said, especially in most recent years, that Vince McMahon needs to step down. You know, the creative juices in WWE aren't there, but they're not there in wrestling in general. If you look at ratings for WWE and AEW, they're nowhere near where they were for WWE, 20 years ago. No, you just don't have good storylines. And you knew that once WWE bought WCW and didn't do anything with that brand after the botched invasion angle, that everything was, going to be stagnant. And still, yes, you had TNA Impact come in and try to compete, but they were never really on WWE's level. And AEW, even though they're trying to make a dent in WWE's ratings, they're declining in ratings too. Even this week, I saw this article where Tony Khan, the president of AEW, was praising their ratings, even though their ratings are sliding. And Phil McCracken says wrestling is falling out of style. Honestly, I think it's been falling out of style for quite a while now, and it's only the diehard hardcore wrestling fans who are keeping it alive. Phil McCracken says wrestling and NASCAR taking hit from what they had in 80s and 90s. Yeah. Eventually, the popularity is going to wane. And we've seen it with many things. It's happened to Star Wars. It's happened to Star Trek. It's happened to Doctor Who. You look at their ratings, they're going down. Yes, Paramount Plus and Disney Plus don't release their numbers, but all you have to do is come onto a platform like YouTube and you'll hear people, voice their disappointment with what's going on with all forms of entertainment, even video games. Speaking of video games, though, I'm going to keep recommending this game, especially if you're into old-fashioned beat-em-ups. TMNT, Shredder's Revenge, and it's a fun one. It's already an instant classic, and especially when you get a chance to play with, 2 or more people, since you can play up to 6 players in the game, and it's real fun. Last night, I joined Brandon, the anime guy, Paul from the former Star Wars guys, and as a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and put the link to both channels in the chat. First, starting with the former Star Wars guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Which I'm glad Paul decided to keep the model the Forces family. I mean, that's his model, and it works for him, and it's a good model too. All right, so let me get the anime guys link in there too, real quick. But last night it was myself, Brandon, the anime guy, over on his channel, then Paul from the Star Wars guys, joined us, and Zan Zoltan joined us as well. So we had all four turtles going, and it was a blast. Now, I would love to actually play a game with six of us on screen and see how fun and chaotic that could be. Well, it's funny you should say that, Phil, because last night Paul was saying, "Nah, it's just Paul now." But I'm gonna say this, Paul. You'll always be Master Paul to me and a lot of other people. And of course, Phil McCracken says, "Love me some turtle soup." You and Shredder. So let's go ahead and move on to our next article here. If I can get it to load up, there it goes. Just taking a while. Like I said, I've had some internet issues this morning, and I've noticed a few during this stream, but I'm going to keep pushing on. And here's the next article I'm going to be reading. And let's go ahead and share it to the screen since it's already shared to the chat. And I thank each and every one of you for stopping by, even if it's just a lurk. Thank you very much. And this article from Superhero Hype says The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, is coming to Comic-Con. Well, most of these projects usually come to Comic-Con. It says, after 2 years away from the San Diego Convention Center, Comic-Con is finally coming back as an in-person event next month with 4 days of celebrity panels, industry announcements, and cosplay galore. The full programming schedule has yet to be released. However, we now know that at least one highly anticipated TV series, well, it depends on who you ask if it's highly anticipated, will be making a big splash in Hall H. Deadline brings word that the stars of Amazon Rings, The Rings of Power, will appear at the convention to discuss their work on the upcoming show. The panel will notably feature Rings of Power showrunners J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay. Unfortunately, there's still no word on which cast members will be joining them, but as big as Hall H is, there probably isn't room for all of them on that stage. The series will introduce at least 24 main characters when it debuts on Amazon Prime Video this fall. Regardless, we can likely expect appearances by major players, including Moifit Clark, Robert Arameo, who star as younger versions of Gadriel and Elrod, respectively. It goes on to say, set during Middle Earth's Second Age, the series will reveal how the Rings of Power were forged around the same time as Sauron's rise to power. In addition to familiar characters from J.R.R. Tolkien's original Lord of the Rings trilogy, the show will also make room for some new faces as well. Viewers will also bounce back and forth between a wide variety of stunning locations brought to life using the best visual effects that money can buy. Almost $500 million to be exact. That's a lot of money to put into a TV show that will probably fail. And if it doesn't fail, well, then good on it. The Lord of the Rings franchise has a long history with Comic-Con. In 2001, the cast and crew of the Fellowship of the Ring gathered at the convention to give fans an early look at the first live-action adaptation of Tolkien's work. But presumably, the Rings of Power panel will just be as memorable, especially if new footage debuts at the con, or could be laughed at. I don't know. And hello, Pops. How are you doing, sir?
Oh, I'm so blessed, my friend. Listen, I only had a few minutes. I saw you were out live. I know you had an open mic this morning. I just wanted to say, hey, love your stuff, that kind of thing. So what's going on, man? What are we talking about?
Right now, we're talking about the Comic Con in San Diego next month, and the fact that the Rings of Power cast and crew are going to be in Hall H.
Mm. Yeah, they're gonna do their thing to put the promotion there, and I think it's a worthy thing to have Hall H. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously everyone's very skeptical of all of the lead up to all this and that kind of thing. So, yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts on Ring of Power?
I'm not looking forward to it, to be honest.
Yeah, I dump Prime, so I'm not quite sure exactly how I'll catch it through one of the other outlets, if I'll be able to keep up in real time or not. I don't know. I just consider the original Rings trilogy to be just so perfect. I can't imagine anyone even wanting to dive deep and try to make stuff out of it. And as much money as they've spent, I don't know. It just creates a narcissism and arrogance when you have that much money behind it.
Mm-hmm. And I like what you said about the original trilogy. You can't touch that. That was perfection. Especially when you look at, the effects that they used 20 years ago. They were nowhere near at the same level as they are now, but still, they did a lot of good work on the effects. The story was adapted as well as they could adapt it, and folks flocked to the theaters to see those movies.
Yeah, and I think even the Hobbit trilogy, we saw a major step down. We saw the studio meddling, trying to expand it from 2 films to 3 films, and it created a lot of fluff and unnecessary scenes, things being added that are not canonical, that kind of thing. So now we're going to have this, so it's going to be very loosely tied to Tolkien's work. That I don't know. I like you said, I have very low expectations, so maybe I can be pleasantly surprised. But yeah, I don't. It's not a high priority for me. That's for sure.
I'll tell you what show I'm actually going to check out.
One of the few that did like The Hobbit, even though most of it wasn't canonical. But then the Lord of the Rings series, the 3 movies, they weren't canonical either. There was a lot of missing in that. And a lot of people who are diehard Tolkien fans are always quick to point that out. You don't have our, what was the head elf at the time? Elrond. He had 2 sons. You never saw it in the movie. You had the High King of the Elves that actually comes back from the land of the dead. He's nowhere in the movie. You don't have. They brought Radagast in only for the Hobbit. He wasn't even nowhere in Lord of the Rings. So there was a lot of non-canonical even when they did the 3 movies. But back in the day, they told people back in the 70s, you're going to get the animation. And that's what we got. But it was impossible. They thought it would never be taken on as a movie because the Lord of the Rings was so big and broad. And I'm just talking about the 2 Towers, the Return of the King, and the Fellowship. Just them 3 parts. They thought that would never be done. Never. And I hate to say this, and I'm not doing this to be mean, but this Ring of Power, if Christopher Tolkien didn't die, this would not happen. This would not happen. The show would not be going on.
Well, I agree with that for sure. And I will say this, correct what I said. I did enjoy the Hobbit films, but I wanted to say, and what I was trying to say was that there was obviously a major step down in some of the quality and that kind of thing. And like I said, I blame the studios too, because they were trying to expand that from being a 2-film adaptation to a 3-film adaptation. But for me personally, and again, we can agree to disagree. I don't find the absence of stuff as much of a problem with canon as I do the introduction of things that were not part of it. And I think that's kind of what I was trying to say. So obviously there's no way to get everything from Lord of the Rings on screen. No, but adding just made up stuff and you have race swaps and all sorts of crazy stuff, that doesn't work.
Series, it started with The Hobbit. If you notice, and I have nothing against Oriental people, I have nothing against people of other races. That's not what Tolkien did. That's not what Tolkien was making the Lord of the Rings for. The Lord of the Rings books were written for the British people because they don't have a lot of lore like other countries besides King Arthur. And that's what he wrote for. Like I said, I guess it's a modern thing to put the race swap in, but I totally disagree.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm hearing the echo, so I'm trying to. I don't know where it's coming from.
It might be me. I probably have to drop off. I'm having sound issues on my phone as well, so I apologize for that, Mike. But I wanted to just hop in, support your stream, tell everybody to make sure they sub and like and share. Thanks for coming on my show this last week. Love what you do, man. Keep strong and be great, man. You're doing awesome.
Thank you, Pops. Keep up the good work. And I'm going to put your link in the chat real quick for anyone who's not subscribed to you. You're worth a subscription, brother.
Lord of the Rings was like, for me, Star Wars. They were still there. But I think right now they're going the way of Doctor Who and Star Trek, unfortunately. And it's a shame. I'm not against something new, but if it's set in the right setting and the right dynamic. Lord of the Rings, if Tolkien didn't write about it and didn't include it, that's just the way it is. Trying to make it fit for today's society is not what this is about. Look at your classics and your movies, even your books. If they did a Tom Sawyer movie, you don't want to race swap them as Oriental. That's not what it's about. And same thing for Lord of the Rings, you want to do something like that, create something new. That's what they should be doing. Create something new. And then they have a whole mind of and broad scope they could do anything with. But taking the Lord of the Rings and what they're doing with it right now, if I was at the Comic-Con, I wasn't laughing, I'd be walking away from it as soon as them people got on stage. If I wasn't, and I don't mean I was laughing at the actors, I would be laughing at the whole event of the Ring of Power.
And the thing is, who asked for this series? Nobody was asking for the series.
I don't think they would mind this. People would mind the series if it stayed true to the canon. But it seems like everything, Pacific, everything we're doing, it's got, I'm all for being, everybody together. But there's a point in time you have to accept our differences and our individuality and as a group. If someone's Irish, let's celebrate them being Irish. There's nothing wrong with celebrating being Irish. Next time you want to celebrate somebody from Japan. Our diversity is as good as being inclusive. But today's, it's like everything has to include, and there's some things I never want to see that's made from Japanese storytelling and Chinese storytelling. I don't want to see them do a show or based on Japanese literature or history and put a Scandinavian in it. It does not make sense. It does not belong there, and it's wrong on so many levels. I just don't understand it. Maybe other people have better understanding than me, or old. Like I said, I mean, even wrestling. It's changed over time, and some of the change for the good, some of the change for the better. But when it deals with entertainment in Hollywood, just like we just saw with Vince McMahon, he's not the only one. Look how Hollywood rallied behind Roman Polanski and what he did. And they still defend him to this day. Still, right now, defend Roman Polanski for what he did. It's no different what they're doing with Ezra Miller. Oh, after the movie is done and in the movie theater, then we're going to remove him. No, they didn't do that for Johnny Depp. They removed him right then and there, and they didn't care how much of it was filmed. He was gone. What is that? These are the same people 20, 30 years ago. I won't mention his name, but Mr. Jello Pudding Pop couldn't be touched. He was so great and wonderful. Everybody's loving him. Couldn't do no wrong. Come to find out, he did nothing no different than any Hollywood exec was doing. You want to get a role? You want me to help me push you? You know what you had to do. So it's speechless is all I can say, Mike. Speechless is all I can say. And Lord of the Rings, this is what's going to bring that show down. Star Wars is there. Doctor Who is at the lowest point you can imagine out of all the franchises, but Star Trek is right behind it. Star Wars is now creeping up. Lord of the Rings is now going to go that route. There's only very few things that we have that we can say is untouched. Babylon 5 and Stargate. Pretty much that's all we have left.
You can throw the Orville in there right now.
Yeah, Orville now. Orville is the Star Trek that we should have got. If they had picked that up and let the man make it as Star Trek, Star Trek would be back on top. Star Trek would be back on top. And if you notice, people, I didn't say Battlestar Galactica because they kind of, in a way, helped promote most of this when they did the remake. And no, they weren't as bad. But when you start taking the characters from the original show, Colonel Ty in the original show was African American and everybody loved him. Boomer was male and a black man. Everybody loved him. You get swapped. They both get swapped for a white man and an Asian woman. Starbuck gets swapped for a female. If they wanted to make a movie like that or a TV show like that, don't call it Battlestar Galactica. They could have done it differently. Done it different under a different name and everything. Call it a different battleship. Call it a Battlestar Reliant or something. Do something different. Don't have to go there and change things. When you're doing that, it shows more to what the real problem is. Hollywood has no ideas, no creativity. They can't make anything. Seth MacFarlane did it with the Orville, and that is it. Besides him, none of them can do anything. Oh, let's do another Transformers. Oh, let's do another Jurassic Park. Let's beat a horse till it's been beaten no more, and then it's time to make glue. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rant, Pacific, but seeing this now, and I'm waiting for today, which probably going to happen soon. Baseball, they're going to demand the inclusiveness of women in baseball. I will not be surprised. I wouldn't even be surprised.
They already have some women coaches. There's a woman's coach on the Giants right now, the San Francisco Giants, not the football Giants. She's the first base coach.
Coaching I can understand. There's not that much of a difference between softball and baseball, or even women's baseball in general. But totally different having when you start putting the genders together. We're built differently. We act differently. We do things differently. The locker room is totally different. Guys get together and they do things. Something women probably won't want to do or refuse to do. Hey, us guys are never going to go up to another guy and say, hey, you going to go to the bathroom with me? Women go to the bathroom in packs. They never go solo. And I'm not me being sexist. That's a fact. Best friend goes with her best friend and they go out to a club and they meet two guys. We're going to the bathroom together. As much as me and Pacific are cool, I'm not asking him to go to the bathroom with me.
You got to do that solo, brother.
There you go. We fly solo. Now, we know why the women go to the bathroom. It isn't just to go to the bathroom. They go in there and talk. They have their little powwow meeting. Guys, us guys, different mentality. We don't need a powwow. If we like somebody, anything, normally 9 times out of 10, we already know. So, no.
All we have to do is just look at each other, nod.
A nod or blink, and sometimes even just a look is enough to say, okay, we know what's going on here.
Yep.
Code single. Guys are, like I said, I grew up when we had Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Girl Scouts did something similar, but a lot different than Boy Scouts. There's nothing wrong with doing things separately, just as much as there's not things wrong doing things together. Guys normally don't go roller skating, but if girls were going roller skating when we were younger, guess where when we start liking girls, we're going to the roller skating ring. It's just the facts. I don't understand today's world. It seems like, and like I said, this person wrote an article and didn't know much about the Von Erichs. Oh, I did research. That's never going to give you enough about the information about the Von Erichs. Just say I did research. There's a lot of stuff about the Von Erichs or anything in general. Somebody wants to say, I want to know the story of the 2022 Chicago Cubs. Reading about it.
I can tell you that. We suck.
You can tell me. But, reading about it, you're not going to get all the information. It's different if you, after the games, you were with them and you knew some of the players and you hang with them. That's how you get your news. Oh, he went roller skating. That explains a lot. That's all I got to say about that.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but let's look at it this way. When I went to school, and this is especially in junior high, we would take a field trip to the local rolling rink, which was called Ups and Downs Rolling Rink. And that's where we would all roller skate together. I went, several friends of mine went. I fell on my ass several times.
We all did.
I'm not good at roller skating. Even to this day, I'm not good at roller skating.
Turning. Going straight is fine. When you got to turn, that's where you always run into trouble.
Anonymous, if you want to come in, you can.
Anonymous would have been one of them people in the late 70s, early 80s that would have the iron-on shirt with the bright glitter. That would have been Anonymous. I'm telling you.
Phil, those might be fighting words, brother.
And I probably would suspect that he's got a hidden Bee Gees record of Staying Alive.
He might be saying this to you right now, brother.
What?
But I could tell you this, Pacific. I have family members. My mom's still alive. God bless her. She won't even watch TV no more. She does not watch TV. She listens to the radio because TV has gone so far out of whack. The news has gone so far out of whack. Entertainment has gone so far out of whack. She don't want to deal with it. She puts on her classical music or one of her little talk shows that she likes to listen on the radio, and that's it. It's a shame. I'll tell you this. I'm 22 years younger than my mom, and I feel the same way. I won't watch no local news, no national news. I just can't do it. Can't stomach it. I don't want. I used to like to watch Entertainment Tonight. I can't watch that. I haven't watched that in the last 10 years.
Before you continue on, Phil, we've got somebody here who might be telling you this right now.
To be the man, you gotta beat the man, and I'm saying, woo, right here, I'm the man.
Uh-huh.
All right, Phil, I've had all I can take from you, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Was that Ric Flair inspirational for you?
I don't need no Ric Flair.
Oh, you must have been a Sting fan growing up. You were a little stinger, weren't you? A little stinger.
Sting, Dusty Rhodes, freaking the Road Warriors, you name it.
I was the opposite. I was a Four Horsemen.
Nah, Four Horsemen suck.
I love the Four Horsemen.
Arn Anderson was a big giant wuss.
I loved it, especially when they had Barry Windham. I couldn't stand Lex Luger, but Barry Windham, when he was in the Four Horsemen, that was a dangerous group. But okay, bust on me now.
All right.
Skating. Go ahead.
People who didn't skate were pansies. How about that?
Did you ice skate?
Well, no, I didn't live any place where I could ice skate.
Wait a minute.
Real quick.
Down in the
you guys are talking about who you liked. Well, listen to the soundbite, you'll know who I liked.
I think that your time is done, and I think that the spotlight should go on top of me. Yeah.
Do you want a Slim Jim? Do you want a Slim Jim now, Pacific?
You know what, Phil?
Comparatively speaking, you are like a grain of sand in the Sahara Desert. Yeah. And I am the entire desert.
Yep. You know, there's a legend going around there that he had a relationship with Stephanie McMahon.
Yep.
You know, that has never gone away. That has stuck around since the time it was created till this day.
Yeah, because a lot of people believe it. No, I don't know if it's true.
No, none of us will ever know. The only person that knows now is Stephanie McMahon herself.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't surprise me because in that setting, like I said, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, I don't care. Music industry, same way. For men, it was a little bit different and a little bit harder to get the popularity and maintain it. But for women, it was a lot harder. And a lot of times they had to do, let's just say things. They knew they had to do things if they want the role, the job, the position. And a lot of time, they might say so even now. A lot of these actresses that I saw in the Me Too movement, at the time they were getting the roles and the positions and they were doing the things they were doing, they had no problem doing it. The problem I see today is they did all that and they don't have the job, the position, or the offers to do it. And I'm not saying it's sour grapes. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying they're a little hurt and maybe distraught by what they did, and they're still not getting the roles. You know, a lot of these people didn't understand. You go to Hollywood and you're a woman, it's very unusual that they last longer than 10 years in popularity. Normally, it's a short cycle for a woman to get the roles, get the jobs, and everything. Look at the one lady that did. She was very popular in the 90s and 2000s. She did a couple of action movies. She was in the one with Charlie's Angels. I can't think of the blonde hair woman. It'll hit me when I least expect it. But where is she now? She's retired. That quick. She's retired.
Cameron Diaz? Are
you
talking about Cameron
Diaz? Look at her.
Man, she
Look at
was
her.
all
There's
over the place.
example.
And
You know, and
she's
there's other ones. Britney Spears is another one. She's always in the news for the wrong reasons.
She went nuts. I mean, there's a difference between, phasing yourself out and just going back crap crazy.
Oh, let's be honest. Hollywood loves crazy chicks.
Yeah, and that's why she still, her name is still said. She's in the news for other crazy stuff.
Yeah.
She's not famous anymore for her music. She's famous for being nuts.
I mean that's the thing. I never really liked Britney Spears. That wasn't my type of genre of music, but I didn't consider her someone in music. She was a performer because she lip sing. Anybody that's lip singing, that's not music. You're singing to a tape, But today's world, if you lip sing or not, they don't care. They praise you as the best live artist there, and they give you an award for it. Remember, what was that guy's name? British singer, played the piano, did Rocket Man. Elton John. Remember when he lost out on the award for best live action show for music to who was it? Madonna. And he freaked out because they gave it to her and she was lip singing. That's a classic. That's a classic. A prime example. Somebody lip singing gets an award. Someone who does a live performance does not. And the award is for live performance. And I'm sorry, dancing on stage is not count to me as a live performance. That's dancing on stage. When you're doing music, if you're not playing an instrument or you're singing, then you better be singing or playing an instrument. If you're not doing them two, then to me, you're fake.
Well, remember, and we brought this up on a previous edition of Pop Talk, Milli Vanilli, when it was found out that they were lip syncing, everybody said no more.
Yep. There was the guy that did he had a hit. They called it CNC Music Factory. They did the song. It was really popular. They did a live performance on MTV, and the lead singer fell and knocked himself out. And the music is still going. And MTV is acting like, oh, this is the greatest live performance ever. I think that was. Sorry, go ahead, Anima.
Well, that's the thing about live performances on those kind of things. They want them to lip sync. They sung their own songs. Most of them, or most of those people. Madonna, she sung her own songs. Mm-hmm. But when they do live stuff like that, the people who put that on want them lip sync. You remember that they even did that. They tried to do that with even way back. They tried to do it with Queen.
Yes, I remember.
And they had to lip sync their own song on the freaking broadcast or what they were doing, and it's just a standard operating procedure on those kind of things. And if they're doing a live performance on their own concert,
mm-hmm.
That'd be a different story. But
that's where I would go nuts, because if I'm spending what they charge for tickets,
right,
nowadays, and you tell me it's not a live performance, and I go there. Oh, I would freak out. I would definitely demand my ticket.
Somebody just did that. Who the crap would? I read that and I saw that somewhere. Somebody was lip syncing at their own concert, and I can't remember.
I know Kiss got caught again.
Yeah, maybe it was Kiss. Maybe somebody was saying something about Kiss.
Yep. And that's a surprise too, because they were always known for their best live performance. I guess, like I said, after so many, Paul Stanley and Bon Jovi, and the guy from Motley Crue, they can't sing no more.
No, they've blown their voices out, and they have to take singing lessons again to get to like sing at a different octave, so they don't, they can't sing as high as they used to and make those screams, and so they have to sing their songs different, and it sounds different than what they originally did them.
Yep.
And sometimes it's not as good as.
No. I just want to make a comment, Jeff B. Meryl Streep blasted, but don't forget she was singing the praises of
Weinstein.
Yeah, Harvey Weinstein. Don't think she wasn't doing things to keep the roles. I'm not saying 100%. I have proof on that, but her comment at that award event when she says God and Harvey Weinstein, yeah, that says a lot. That says
they
a lot.
Know stuff. A lot of these people have dirt on each other.
Oh,
and they use that as leverage for sure.
Yeah, like I said, the guy, I won't say his name, Mr. Jello Pudding Pop. Yeah, he went down, but his best friend, Mr. Hugh Hefner, he should have went down years ago, because not only was it, there was no denying it what he was doing. There was no denying it. These women want to stay in his Playboy mansion. You want the roles in the Playboy in the month. You know what they did. You know what they were doing, and they were doing it willingly. Now,
yeah, they're in the grotto.
10 years later, when you don't have the popularity, you don't have the looks and the notoriety, and the money isn't there, that's when you see a lot of these, not all of them, but some of them you see come out and say, oh, this was done to me. I have no doubt it was not, done to you. But if you went into that situation knowingly and agreeing to do it, I kind of back off on people when they do that. I'm for the people like the Ezra Miller situation going on. I do question the parents who lets a 14-year-old kid without the parents go somewhere with a grown man. That's Roman Polanski all over again.
Yeah.
You know, there's some things the parents should have been something be done with the parents, and they shouldn't be waiting on Ezra Miller. If I was them, Warner Brothers can't get nothing right. I would stop the Flash movie, scrap everything, and get another actor to play the part. If they just have to edit in that person's part over Ezra Miller, that's what they need to do. Putting him on the screen and then saying we're going to do something after the movie. No. To me, that's promoting it. And
yeah, they waited way too long. They drug their feet on it. It doesn't make any sense.
He should have been fired the day he choked the woman. I don't care if it was a play choke, a serious choke. The day he put his hands around that pregnant woman, that should have been it.
Yep.
That should have been it. If they had the morals. Like I said, it's funny.
They shouldn't release the movie.
What was that? I'm sorry, Pacific.
They shouldn't release the movie.
I agree 100%. Shouldn't be released.
So they're going to have to recoup some money on that. They have to, especially with having Keaton in it, and I don't know who all else is going to be in it, but yeah, they're not. They can't shelve the movie. They're going to hope and pray that they can at least get their money back.
I think they could edit him out and edit another actor in there. I think
that's like well, I mean, not that it's unheard of.
No,
but doing reshooting 80 or 90% of the movie, but because they've done it before apparently. So
they did it on Rogue One, they did it on Solo, and from what I understand, it was a good 70 or 80% on the Rise of Palpatine. So,
they did that with Doctor Strange.
Yeah, that's what I heard that one too. Like I said, I don't. See, Hollywood has the benefit of doing things saying, we stand for this, we stand for that. And then yet on the other hand, like I said, to this day, they still defend Roman Polanski and Ezra Miller. This is what we get. Yep. It's fine to cancel this, and this if someone else does it. But if for some reason these certain people do it, it's fine. And these people are guilty of doing something with minors.
That's where they don't care. That's
the worst. The worst.
Yeah, they care when like the woman can fight back or say something and ruin your career, but they have less interest when it's just a kid who nobody might not believe.
And like I said, I'll tell you this: I never grew up. 70s, 80s is when I grew up as a kid, becoming a teenager. I never looked at Hollywood for being my role model. I didn't look for any of them to be my role model. And to be honest, I had a lot of people I liked in sports, but there was maybe two people in all sports I could say, well, if I had to role model after somebody, it'd be them two people. But the vast majority of people that were playing sports or involved in sports, not that they weren't any better than the people in Hollywood, some of them. So some of them were exceptional.
Yeah. I never got in far enough into Hollywood actors' lives to care to be a role model. I didn't know enough about it. All I wanted was the entertainment part.
There you go. That's what we're missing. I don't want to know your politics. We didn't care.
I don't know. I don't want to know who you're doing at your house. I don't care about that.
Just give me some good acting and a good movie with a good story, and that's it. That's all we wanted.
Yep.
And I still think to this day that is what we still want.
The only player I ever looked up to was Ryan Sandberg.
The name always hurts me, man, because, like I said, I never was a Philly fan, but I did keep track of the Phillies. And like I said, he was minor league, and he got traded. And to this day, the people in Philadelphia saying Sandberg almost brings them to tears, what they could have had. I think that was the baseball equivalent of the Herschel Walker trade.
Yeah, did you hear about the news about Herschel Walker?
They were going to go after him no matter what. They were going to go after him. My politics, and I'm not scared to say this, I'm neutral. I am always independent. But I can tell you this. Anybody, Herschel Walker, not just because Orange Man, just because he's in a certain party is enough to bring the torches out, so to speak. They were going to look for anything on him. And if that's the worst they can find, oh well. Biden plagiarism a statement, and he lost. He had to withdraw from the 1988 election. Okay. If he can do it, Herschel Walker can do it.
So what's the Herschel Walker ordeal?
That he was supposedly in law enforcement as an agent, which wouldn't surprise me because they made Elvis Presley an agent.
Do what now?
Oh yeah, the claim was, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Pacific, Herschel Walker was supposedly worked as an agent for the FBI. It was one of the big ones, and he's supposedly.
Let me go ahead and find
it.
The story.
But Elvis became an agent, and that's one of the reasons why he went to meet Nixon. He was brought in to be a what do they call it? A United States sheriff. He was a U.S. Marshal. Could go anywhere in the country, and yes, he did stop airplanes.
And what is their deal with it? What's I don't understand what the ordeal is.
Oh, okay.
Here, I've got it. I've got an article. I'm gonna share it here in a little bit. This is mainly what they're going on about it when it comes to Herschel Walker right now. So I'm waiting for the article to load up. Like I said earlier in the stream, my internet's been a little wonky, so it's taking a little longer to load up this article than it normally would. And yes, I did do a reset of my router before I went live.
Do you have Comcast?
No, I have Spectrum.
Never heard of them. I have Verizon Fios, and I've had it now for over 12 years. I might have had one drop. One in 12 years.
But yeah. Anyways, this article says Herschel Walker says he never denied having 4 children. And it goes on to say Georgia Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker said Saturday that he never denied the existence of children he hadn't publicly disclosed before, telling conservative Christians that his kids knew the truth. So that's what they're all up in arms about. I'm not going to read the whole article because I'm not getting into politics on here, but that's what they're recently.
It involves a famous former athlete.
Yeah.
I would put it under famous former athlete as opposed to. We know why this is coming up because of politics, but it's a famous former athlete. And I'm going to say this, and this might be a little unconventional, and forgive me, Pacific, if maybe I'm a little out. I'm pretty sure the man paid child support.
Probably did.
Guarantee it. So
it'd probably be in the article if it didn't.
Yeah. So if he's paying child support and he's working his butt off, let me say this: just in today's or even in the 80s, 90s, you're an athlete. You might hear, "I have the summer off." No, you don't have the summer off. You're in training all year round. You're in some type of program all year round. You might not be doing it every day during the week, but I guarantee you're doing something 3 days at least a week to prepare for football season. And that's not just for football. That's baseball, that's hockey, that's any sport. You're constantly in training.
all these sports, they do it year round. There's no real off season anymore. They're constantly working.
And if he was in that situation like he did, and he had a long professional football career, and he was known for keeping his body in shape, if that meant he didn't get to spend a lot of time with his kids, that's hurtful and regretful. But he was putting money on the table. He was making sure they had a roof over their head and was able to go to the schools. Guarantee you he was at least doing that. And if he was doing that, God bless him. God bless him. We shouldn't be throwing stones at him, because a lot of times you have parents in this day and age, some work locally and some of them work far away. Some are in the military. Women, the wife might be in the military, might be had been stationed in Afghanistan. Are you going to say because she wasn't there, but she was still working technically and she was still supporting her family, she wasn't supporting her kids? Wasn't being there for her kids? You know, they put the lens on for certain things, and this is, to me, a lens for a certain thing. Most of these athletes do not get to spend time with their kids because they're constantly doing that to stay tip-top shape so they can make the big money. Now, when they get out of the sport, it's a totally different scenario. So, I mean, I can think of an athlete that did 20 years in professional football, stayed with the same team, had kids, and did the same thing Herschel Walker done. Never had a problem. Darryl Green. You couldn't find anything wrong with him, even if you wanted to dig up and try. But he kept himself in shape. Jerry Rice is another example. Kept himself in shape. If you want to know why they had a long career, it wasn't just because they didn't, let's say, when they got hurt, it wasn't to the degree other people. It's because they had the training and the ability that a sprained ankle is, let's not say minor, but could be dealt with because he had done serious training, you know. I hope I'm making sense there.
Yeah, you are. You are. And I just want you to know that for you, for Anonymous, or anyone who come on the panel, you're allowed to say your piece. You're allowed to say what you want to say. The only time I'll put you in a timeout or kick you off the panel is if you're disrespectful to one another or another panelist.
Yeah, like making fun of my glittery shirts.
You heard that one, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You know that was very popular in the late 70s, early 80s. You get the little iron on in the head, like this little glitter in the iron on. Kids used to love it.
I wasn't that young.
You weren't that young. But yeah, this thing with Herschel Walker, that article is a prime example. That's a bunch of nothing. You know?
Yeah, what they're doing is trying to get the Christian right to shun him, so to speak. So, but it's not going to work because, I mean, as long as he took care of his kids and it's not, he's has kids with a different woman or two different. I don't really know how that worked, but if he took care of them, Christians aren't going to, drop him like a hot potato because of something like that. That's just ridiculous. Believe me, all the Christians that voted for Trump, they're not going to give a rat's crap butt about what Herschel Walker did. Not a thing.
No. And like I said, I just think it's something to especially in the news. I don't care what party it is. I'm being honest. If they can find something, the news we used to have 30, 40 years ago, you got an hour and a half maybe of news done. Today's world, news has to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it's always got to be on top. And I think they're not looking for the news as more as let's make news happen.
Well, they're not looking for the news. I mean, when they go on and on about Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, it's like, oh, shut up about it. I'm tired of hearing about it.
It belongs in the freaking gossip rags. We don't care
Tabloids.
about.
Yep. I mean, personally, I hope they're happy. They supposedly want to be happy. That's why they are technically no longer royals. But I personally think they wanted to pop. He wants the popularity of his brother rather than being himself, if I could say it that way. He's not going to be his brother because his brother's going to be king. Unless something happens.
He's not going to be his mother. That's for sure.
No. And I personally think when they had the little talk before they said we're going to step away from the royal family, I think one of the reasons he moved to Canada, I think he was hoping that his grandmother would say, your brother's going to be the king of England. You can go ahead and be king of Canada. And I think that just didn't fly. Royalty always wants to be more, just like any of us. You always want more. I'm not good enough. I don't want to be just the vice president of a company. I want to be the president. And if you can't be the president of McDonald's or Burger King, well, let me go be executive vice president to another department that they own. And I think that was the situation between them. I did, like I said, it sounds weird, but that's not unheard of. But that the royal family, let's be honest, the reason why most of Europe did away with their royalty is because you have to pay tax to support these people. That's the main reason. Or you would have a king of Italy now. You would still have a king, a Kaiser of Germany, Austria the same way. You would have all that, but the taxes to pay and support them. And in today's world, unless the emperor of Japan, because that's a focus point for their culture, royalty really isn't that big anymore. I'm surprised they lasted this long, to be honest.
Yet, for some reason, our country has always been fascinated by the monarchy, and we did fight a war to get away from it.
We kicked that out. We kicked that out.
I'm fascinated. I'm just fascinated about why they still have it. Why are they still supporting these deadbeats?
Because they not only you think, well, the royalty gets taxes to support their lifestyle and their income, but believe it or not, it also promotes tourism. They're getting tourism to go to Buckingham Palace. Whenever they're going to an event, that brings people, not just the commoners, that brings rich people. Oh, we're going to have a golfing event. And when they have the golfing event, it brings rich people out. They're going to give out some money. And the commoners going to give a little bit. So, it keeps them in their eye. That's how that works, But I would say more for tourism, mainly. That's why.
Yeah, they it's the culture, I think, also of England that they use the monarchy as a I don't know what you want to call it, like a thing that makes them come together. I can't remember when they.
Well, that's the reason why we let Japan after World War II keep the emperor. He has no power, but he's still a symbol for the nation of the Japanese people. He's something that rallies, that people can, when you think of Japan, you think of the emperor, no matter what, even if he has no power. The Queen of England, the royalty there, they have a little bit of power, but really, honestly, it's still, like I said, tourism, more for tourism.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Spain.
I'd like to see numbers on that, though. I mean, tourism, yes, is compared to all the taxes that they pay for these people and their lifestyles, because it's an absorbent amount. I would like to see the over/under on that to see if it's actually even worth it. But they've ingrained themselves as part of the culture of England that people support it and do so happily. And that's what fascinates me. I mean, if we had something I was giving up, even 1% of my income to support some family to live high on the hog all the time and get whatever they want. Here in America, I'd flip out. I'd be, what the crap is going on here? I don't want to spend my money on this.
Yeah, but that's the reason why most of Europe in the last century did away with the royalty. I mean, there's a few like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Spain brought back the royalty, and the only reason they brought it back was they seen how much tourism and popularity the royal family in England gets it, so they're thinking we'll get some of that here in Spain. Yeah,
I don't think that would work, because you can't just create a royalty again and then expect people to come loving it and flocking. The royal family in England has been around for generations, and
the one in Spain, it was, let's just say the popularity there was like 55 for, 45 against. It was real close, but they actually voted to bring it back. Most of these nations, you still have a royal family, but the nations that don't have it, they just don't, they don't recognize the title. But the houses, like the House of Savoy for Italy, still exists. The Germans have the House of I forget, Habsburg. I can't even say their name. They still exist, and
don't ask me to. I'm going to butcher it.
They still intermingle and marry, like this is, they said back then, before World War One, most of the royal families were related. Well, believe it or not, the royal families haven't gone away, and guess what? They're still related. I mean, if you ever look at a picture of Tsar Nicholas II and the King of England at the time, you would swear they were twins. You would swear up and down they were twins. They belonged to the same family, so hence why they look like it, but they actually look like twins.
Crazy.
Yeah. But we do have some royalty in the United States. The royal family of Hawaii still exists. They just don't have a title,
Well, we bought them.
You just don't like their pineapple. I know what the deal is.
Oh, I like pineapple. I just don't like it on pizza.
Oh my! I love pineapple.
That's crossing the line when you put it on pizza. And I'm just joking for those of you who like it on pizza. If you do, that's on you. That's all you.
Pineapple on pizza. I have had peaches on pizza, and I have had watermelon on pizza.
See, Phil just takes everything too far. I don't understand him. It's bad enough you put pineapple on a pizza. If you throw ham on it or something, I can almost understand it, because ham and pineapple go together, pretty good. But now you're throwing watermelon on pizza, Phil. Something's wrong with your brain. Okay?
Phil, when it comes to watermelon on pizza, all I gotta say is this:
How about no?
Hopefully it plays.
Crazy Dutch fish.
It tasted actually pretty good. You have to remember, watermelon can't be cooked. It would melt. It's gone. So what you do is you cook your pizza, particularly with cheese, and then you take small, thin sliced watermelon and you put it on there.
How about no?
And I do see Fat Stevens in the chat. I'm surprised he could handle, my sexy appeal is too much for Fat Steven. He can't handle it. He can't. It discombobulates him. It drives him nuts.
Wow, Phil.
And I do this to him every time I'm in it. When I'm in his chat, I do this every time. If I'm in another chat, he's there. He's got to acknowledge the sexy appeal of Phil McCracken.
So what do you go around saying?
Hail to the king, baby.
No. I like to, if I could use a voice changer, make it sound like what's his name? The guy who played the chef in South Park. I can't think of his name. I don't do drugs.
Phil got into his opioid bottle a little too hard this morning.
If I do anything, if I abuse anything, it's sugar. I'm a sugar addict.
Also, his diabetes is causing.
I don't care about my
brain damage.
diabetes. I got a 2-pound bag of Tootsie Rolls behind me. I got 5 bags of different flavor gummy bears. Oh yeah. How I'm not 300 pounds is beyond me. There you go.
Yep, that's true.
I'm at
Think of
the
the circus.
I got a cotton candy machine behind me. I got a slushy machine sitting on my desk.
People today will
I'm
never
stopping that. I'm
experience-
stopping that.
People never will experience a circus like we did. The circus is done. I used to love circuses. You know?
The whole world is a circus.
Yeah.
And Pops,
blame-
thank you, buddy,
That
for
is-
subbing to my account. I will give you another sub because I like to reciprocate, sir.
All I'm going to say is, Pops, you have to try it one time before you can deny it.
Don't
Watermelon
listen
and
to him, Pops.
That's what she said.
It's a trap.
Peaches is probably. I actually think peaches on pizza is even better than watermelon. And then
See,
pineapple.
now if you're doing a dessert pizza, I can get that. I can get behind that. But you're throwing cheese and sauce on it. It's not. No, doesn't belong. No.
Tomato is a fruit. Pineapple is a fruit. Peaches is a fruit.
Phil.
It doesn't matter what you think.
I'm going to convert you people. It'll take time, but I will convert you people.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Persuasion works wonders.
Money works wonders too, by the way.
No, you break out the money when you want people to try anchovies on pizza, which I
So,
do.
Phil,
like as well.
I got a question. Do you go around saying this all the time?
am Cornholio. I need TV for my bunghole.
I used to be able to do that when I was younger. I can't do that no more.
He likes the roast pizza.
I like the one where they were going, the movie was about. I want to go play some slots. They promised me I could go play with some slots. I used to be able to do them good, but I can't do them no more.
They're whacking off on my tool shed.
Give that man a full body cavity search.
Hello to the craziness of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, Sunday morning edition. Welcome, Whoopa Troopa. If you want to join, you're welcome to join. Same with Pat Stevens Segala. Pops, if you want to hop back in, you're more than welcome to join. Because right now, we're taking a trip down into Crazy Town.
That's where I live, buddy.
Is it like Funky Town? I've been to Funky Town.
No, Crazy Town and Funky Town are two different things.
One more extreme than the other, huh?
That's right. Then the Funky Town, you get to Funky Town first, then you move on into Crazy Town, and that's just a couple blocks away from Clown World.
Clown World. I got.
And here we go with the carnival music again.
Oh God, here we go.
You know, I remember Carnival used to come in my area. It used to have elephants and clowns, the gymnast and everything. And yeah, you get the elephant smell. An elephant smell, even without elephant poo, elephant smell is very strong. Let's just say that. Strong. There you can go. And they always
smell like cows.
Worse. And they always put their nose out because I guess over time people were always giving them roasted peanuts and they kind of expect it. And if you walk past them and you didn't have a peanut, their elephant trunk will literally, they would wrap it around you or go into your pocket. They're very talented with that snout, let me tell you. Very talented.
You got to pick up some tricks, you know.
Yeah. Learn the lesson. Always carry some roasted peanuts on you.
Do they stick their truck in your front of your pants?
I'm not sure how to follow that one up.
I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. I was walking. The elephant, I guess, wanted some roasted peanuts. People before him probably gave it to him, and he went straight into my pocket. He
played some pocket pool.
He was playing some pocket. I'm like, get this thing away from me, and literally flipped me on my side. Yes, that was the sound I made when he did it. Flipped me on my side, and it wasn't a big elephant. It was like a mid teenager elephant. So I was violently attacked by a wild beast. There you go, Pacific. You heard it all. Bill McCracken was violated.
Okay.
Hashtag me too.
And in case anybody's wondering how I'm doing all these sounds and stuff, I'm actually using the voice mod app.
I didn't wonder at all. But no.
Wow.
There you go. Yeah, you need a rim shot for my bad jokes.
All right, so let's get back to just 3 more articles, then we're done. I'm not going to keep you here all day and all night. I promise.
Appreciate that. I mean, you know, you got the gun and everything, but geez.
All right. So this next article comes from Bounty in the Comics. And again, if anybody wants to join us here on the panel, you're more than welcome. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy, Whoopa Troopa.
I don't bite, but I can't promise about the other panelists. I can't speak for them.
I only bite if you taste like chicken.
All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. So this article from Bounty in the Comics is by Ryan Pearson, and it says Tolkien scholar who praised Amazon's The Lord of the Rings of Powers confirms he is consulting on Return to Moria. Or Mora, sorry. You know, all this talk about watermelon on pizza, it's got my brain going, what the hell?
The way you
hard to
butcher
recover.
Token's going to come after you from the grave.
He's not going to come after me. Tolkien scholar Corey. Excuse
When you
me,
say
sorry.
that, you have to say it with air quotes.
No.
You know, like Tolkien scholar.
How about no? Because none of them are really scholars. Come on. They're all trying to get a cheap buck, a quick buck.
They read the books and then they thought they were experts.
Oh, you know, I just read this book 5 minutes ago and now I'm an expert. I can sit on a panel and act like I know everything about this when I only know 5 minutes worth.
Yeah, you know, I'm somewhat of a Tolkien scholar myself.
We can all say that. I've read 2 pages. Now I'm an expert.
I've seen the movies.
I have too. I've read the books. But I still don't consider myself an expert.
Well, that's the difference between normal people and these weirdos.
So it says, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I'll just say go ahead.
No, go ahead. Come on, bro.
No, I mean, I wasn't saying anything. I just said, I made a note. I said, you started talking. I said, go ahead.
All right. Tolkien scholar Corey Olson, who is perhaps better known by his internet alias Tolkien Professor. Wow. He's calling himself a Tolkien Professor. His ego is that big.
Does he teach a class at a college?
Who knows? Who cares? But anyways, the quote-unquote Tolkien Professor and his previously espoused praise for Amazon's upcoming Rings of Power television series. And real quick, we got a Whoopa.
Hello, Whoopa.
Hello. Whoopah.
Pacific, here's the thing that I always say about some industries. They pay people. And this guy's paid. He's praising something that didn't even come out. How do you praise something that hasn't even came out yet?
Lose
You praise
credibility.
it because you hear this. That's why you praise it.
Buying the
Like you said.
review. Buying the review.
That's what these companies do. How do you think Disney does it? How do you think Paramount does it? How do you think any of the companies do it? When they want good press, they buy it.
From the shill Access Media.
And
The one
calling
that
himself
sell their souls.
Token Professor. You can give yourself a title without even going to be a professor.
Well, anyways, this quote unquote professor has confirmed that he has been tapped to consult on North Beach Games recently announced the Lord of the Rings survival crafting game return more. And it goes on to say, announced on June 10th during the Epic Games Summer Showcase, the Lord of the Rings Return of Moria is set during the fourth age of Middle Earth, where Lord Gimli Lockbearer has tasked a company of dwarves to retake the awe-inspiring dwarf city of Moria, otherwise known as Khazad-dûm or Dwarfwell.
Khazad-dûm. Say Kaza?
Yeah, I've tried. I'm trying, brother.
I got you.
That's part of Pop Talk is that's part of Pop Talk is listening to me butcher these names and make everybody eyes rolls and go, God damn it, Mike.
You're going to start a war with Japan. We already know this.
Oh, I'm going to have Japan coming after me. I'm going to be having Tolkien scholars come after me.
Yeah, I have a little soundbite, I think, from an interview with this so-called Tolkien scholar. Someone was asking him, "Hey, what makes you say that this was a good idea? That this show is good?" And this is, I think, what he had to say.
Hello, I like money.
Yeah.
And I just want to say this breaks canon because Gimli does not go after Moria after the Return of the King and hence the fourth age. He goes to that area at Helm's Deep, the Glycerin Cave, and he sets a colony up there that starts, the business of mining. That's what dwarves do. He does the Glimmering Caves in Helm's Deep. He does not go to Moria. He's not part of that.
So what you're saying, this is bullcrap.
Yeah, so-called token professor doesn't seem much of a professor. We don't know his lore.
That seems to be the case.
Yeah. Anyways, it says that the game's a survival crafting game whose gameplay loop can be tackled alone or with up to 8 other players. Players will be tasked with creating their own dwarf, rebuilding dwarven settlements, and delving even deeper into the city's procedurally generated depths in search of resources and lost treasures. Sounds like loads of fun. Players must also be ever vigilant to what lurks beneath them as they press on to learn the secret of the shadow. We're beyond excited for the dwarves to return to Khazad-dûm, exclaimed So Danuts or Denitz, however you pronounce the last name. I'm trying. Yeah, I'll just call him Saul. There.
Call him Saul.
Company business affairs specialist Frederica Drados, whose employer owns the rights to adapt Tolkien's works in a variety of mediums, in a press release. Thanks to our friends at North Beach Games and Free Range Games, we'll delve deep into the Misty Mountains together by this time next year. We do hope you'll join us.
Okay. Khazad-dûm is not in the Misty Mountains. That's a whole different mountain range far to the east or west, excuse me. That's not. Oh, that's like calling the Rockies the Appalachian Mountains. Yeah. These people
Phil,
really know their token.
People aren't supposed to know that. You're just supposed to consume.
I like to think. I'm old school. We like to think. You know, when you think, you engage the mind more. When you consume, your mind really doesn't have time to gather the information, or sometimes your mind says, I don't want to gather this information. So, but I'm sorry. I'm just picking out the obvious that any person that is a tokenite, if you want to call them that, can pick up. So-called token professor didn't get his token history right. Needs to go back and relearn it.
He was a C+ student.
I guess it's barely, if you pass, it's enough to get you a job.
Well, it'd be like if I were to watch, just one anime, then all of a sudden I called myself an anime expert. No, I've only watched one anime. It doesn't make me an expert.
Well, you know what they say, what do you call the person who graduated last in medical school?
What do you call him?
Doctor.
Ow. Woompa.
Okay, all right, Woopa.
And the bad thing is you don't know who it was too.
Yes, because they all get the same degree.
Yeah, they should all have a plaque outside their office with their GPA.
You got a C. You got a C- in heart transplants. I think I'm going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, next.
Oh, I thought it was going to be the other way around. Oh, he only got a C-. We'll be fine.
Oh, it's good enough.
You worry too much. It's all about cutting and how you cut. And on cutting day, I got an A. So I know how to use a scalpel.
They had to go through four cadavers.
And if you fail, you just become a butcher at your local grocery store.
Yeah, I'm really good at cutting. I just don't know what this little valve here does.
It's like, I got extra parts left over. What are these for? It'll be fine.
We're not medical experts. YouTube, relax. We're just joking.
And if somebody's going in for surgery, we just put the scare bejesus in them.
Oh,
did you see where that tail went? Oh, I think we sewed it in, and that does happen. People sometimes the medical people leave the rags or the towel, and somebody even left scissors inside the person.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, heck, there was even that episode of Seinfeld where Kramer Jr. mitt goes into the patient.
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
So yeah, we've got this PC exclusive Lord of the Rings game coming out next year, and it talks about Olsen a little more, saying who notable claims to fame in the realm of Tolkien are his podcast, Tolkien Professor, and his founding in Sydenham University, a nonprofit educational institution dedicated to making affordable online education available to all, whose course offerings include numerous Lord of the Rings centric options. Revealed his involvement in The Return. So yeah, yes, I can indeed officially confirm that I am consulting on this game. Building a Fourth Age is a fascinating project, and I'm really impressed with the team's work so far. I think this game will be great fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but still, call yourself an expert. I'm sorry.
And you don't know the obvious lore. That's really, yeah. The big question, is this game an MMO since you can have up to 8 players, or is it an RPG that you can have other players join you?
Oh, let's see. I'm looking for that information now in the article. Oh, try to.
Because they still have the MMO, the Lord of the Rings. That's still going on. That's over, I think now probably 18, 19 years.
Yep. I mean, it's saying it's going to be in the Epic Games Store next year, but I do not see anything. And it's saying if it's an MMO or anything like that.
I will say this: a good thing for them to do dwarfs and everything, but wouldn't it have been more? Here I go, inclusive to have elves, humans, hobbits, and other things in this MMO. It would include, because let's be honest, there's some of us that will like elves. There'll be some of us that loves humans. Even a few crazy out there that want hobbits. You know, and this you're only getting one, just dwarves. Just dwarves. That's like making a Star Wars game and you only got smugglers. There's no stormtroopers, no scoundrels, no rebel agents, no Jedi, no Sith. Just that. And I think they narrowed themselves into a box.
That's what these so-called creatives always do now. They put themselves in a box. They don't want to expand their horizons.
Good luck to them. I don't see this, first of all, they could have got the lore correct, and that's the simplest thing to do. Knowing lore and keeping with lore is not that hard to do.
Yeah, but the problem with Amazon is they don't have a lot to go on. They know they don't have a lot to go on, so instead of working within the constraints that they have to finagle their way around it and make up stuff that doesn't exist. They have to rearrange timelines. They have to do, and I'm pretty sure some of the stuff they're doing is not technically legal as far as the rights go, and I don't know why. The Tolkien estate's not saying.
One article that I read a couple months ago where they don't have all the rights.
Yeah, they don't.
If someone says there's not enough lore to go by, Tolkien wrote a lot for the first age, the second age, third age. He started a fourth age, but then he said, "Now this is not going to work." But between them first three ages, I think you got like something like 5,000 equivalent of our years. So, and there's a lot of lore. There's even a lot of books, and known heroes. The known hero of the second age, Tolkien and his wife took their names and used it on their graves. I can't think of their names. I'm getting like Pacific. Lauren and Bremen, I think is his name, and they're just as popular in Tolkien's realm as Aragon and Erwin. So, yeah, there's a lot of story there. Now, I'm not sure what they're legally allowed to do, but if they're
none of that, they have the appendices. They have a little bit of the appendices. That's about all they got.
I don't even think, like I said, Christopher Tolkien was alive. I don't even think Christopher Tolkien would even let them have this.
No, he wouldn't have.
No,
obviously.
I don't know.
The Tolkien estate, they don't care. They want their money. Yeah, anybody who would have been opposition to this is gone or fired.
So it's up to the people, fans like us, to decide which is acceptable and which is not. What would we call canon and is not? We might not agree that the Hobbits are the greatest movie, but we can say they're more canonistic to Lord of the Rings as opposed to this show. So for me, if I'm not doing books, if I'm doing movies, I would stick to the Lord of the Rings series movies, the first three, and the Hobbit, the other three, and I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Well, I always say with like The Hobbit, I didn't like those movies, but they didn't make me not want to watch other Lord of the Rings stuff. Like so much of the stuff like you got with Star Wars, it's like, well, I'm not even interested anymore in watching it. It's like even if I don't like the Hobbit movies, it wasn't like, oh, I don't want to see anything again. It's still like, well, let's see what else they do.
It wasn't a deal
the
killer.
Rings of Power. Yeah, I don't think the Rings of Power is going to be the
Well,
same way.
I also think that the Hobbit suffers from the prequels in a way. Original fans of Star Wars really wanted more Luke, Leia, Han, and instead we got the prequels. So let's just say they were a little let down. And I think a lot of movie fans that were created by the original Lord of the Rings movies kind of put a frown on The Hobbit because you're not getting the same actors from the Lord of the Rings. Kind of a letdown. I'm not saying all of it. I'm just saying a certain degree of some of it is kind of that. But again, like I always told people, even before the prequels came out, the prequels were never going to be about Luke. That was going to be about Anakin. And anybody that was going to do The Hobbit, it was never going to be about Aragorn, Gimli, and that crew. It's about before their time. Their fathers and grandfathers in some cases. It's a prequel means pre that. So, and let's just say prequels nowadays, 1 and 2 here being made fine. Now every genre now is doing prequels. A horse that's been beaten too much, let's just say. Just in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my prequel to Top Gun.
I'm like
Maverick as a naval cadet.
I will say this. I miss the days when we got one movie done, story told, done. Even a sequel done, 2 movies done. I miss that. Willow is a movie that's good, one and done. We don't need this up and coming Willow. We really don't need it. Top Gun, I can see the exception for this sequel. I hope to God, which I know they're going to do it, they're going to make a Top Gun 3.
I hope not. I hope not.
Tom Cruise won't do that. I don't think
he might not need to do it. They just might carry it over without him.
I can't do it without him, though. He is Top Gun. Let's face it. Without Tom Cruise, Top Gun as a movie franchise is nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing. What would be the point? But for them, Top Gun. Maverick has a son. His son goes into the Navy and becomes a fighter pilot.
No, he's got a daughter now.
Okay. His daughter joins the Air Force and becomes a fighter pilot. That would really throw a loop for people. Instead of going to the Navy, she goes to the Air Force.
Or Rooster, it's all about Rooster now or something.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's nothing wrong with someone making a duology, 2 movies. There's nothing wrong with the trilogy. The Lord of the Rings had to be a trilogy. That series had to be a trilogy. Star Wars, they had to be trilogies. But some of these movies they're coming out with, maybe if they were one and done, they would hold their own, And like I said, there's nothing wrong with telling a story in one movie and being done. So.
Well, the original Back to the Future was originally going to be a one and done movie.
That's one thing. Them guys have sustained and have said they will never let them make any more Back to the Futures. They will not let them. They won't sell the rights. They even put in their will that once the 2 gentlemen that made it said once they're dead, if one dies, it's definitely can't be done, and if 2 dies, forever it can't be touched. They kept the creative rights to their movie and to the idea of the movie. Somebody like Sylvester Stallone, when he wrote Rocky, he sold all the rights. He was only a paid actor on all the Rocky movies, even though he wrote and created it. He was smart. He kept the creative rights to Rambo. So he had control over that. You see what happens when they lose control. In some cases, it's a bad idea when they give up the control. So, But the people for Back to the Future, they've been holding their gun. No, they said in the interview they're never going to do a Back to the Future 4. They're not going to let them do a remake, remastered, rehash. It is what it is. 3 movies, done. And they made sure both of them put in their will that if one or both die, none in their family can let okay any or greenlight anything. So, kudos to them.
Yep, 3 movies, 3 great movies involving great characters, great actors, and great lines.
1.21 gigawatts! 1.21 gigawatts! Great Scott!
Gigawatts. That always bugged me.
The flex capacitor.
Gigawatts. Well, yeah. The Back to the Futures don't need anything, and I will be forever grateful for them to keep that out of the hands of greedy little movie companies and woke activists, and we'll always have that forever and ever, and enjoy it and whenever we want, and it won't ever be ruined. It won't ever be tainted. For our eyes, like they've done with everything else.
Yep. I mean, the trilogy as itself, or the movies on their own, I can still go back and watch all 3 of them, no problem, and not be bored of it. Even though I've watched it dozens of times before, I never get bored of them because that's how good they are.
Yep. Great move. Great flick. Great freaking flick.
All right, Biff. All right, so I had this article from Bounty into Comics. Let me go ahead and put the link to the article in the chat. And I'd seen this on Friday, and we've been losing a lot of great artists within the past couple of months. Such a damn shame that all these creative people are passing on, and you look at their work and you don't see that kind of work by the younger generation anymore.
Well, if you look at the heyday of the comic artist, their heyday was the 60s, 70s, 80s, early 90s. Well, in the 60s, most of these artists were maybe in their 20s, and now they're getting to that stage of life, 80s, 90s in some cases. Just like we're losing a lot of World War II vets. They're pretty much almost gone now. Now it's the age of the people that were in their 20s and creative ideas in comics. And yeah, it'll be a few more, maybe within 5-10 years, we're going to start losing the actors that we all love and directors that we all love. It's just getting their time. But the sad thing is, who's taking their place? When you're in the 70s and the 80s and you're replacing writers that came up in Disney, Warner Brothers with Batman and all, there was someone to replace to take their place, to carry the torch, so to speak. Who do we have today in comics alone that's going to take the place and do the justice for Batman or any of our comics? Well, no, there's nobody really. Look at Disney. We don't have no replacement for Walt. Still have no replacement for Walt. And look at
Roy Disney. I mean, Roy Disney took the reins to try to get Walt Disney World built in honor of his brother.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, there was somebody at least to carry the torch. Might not have been great in the anime department and stuff like that, but better in some places than most. But like, for example, like I said, Batman. The writers of Batman today, comic book wise, comic books is dying. And it's not because people don't want comic books. It's just the comic books aren't good. And
people don't want their comic books.
And that's the thing. I went into reading comics as a kid, I didn't go in there looking for politics or social things going on. I went into comic books because I wanted to see Batman do his detective work, because he was a detective, but also to beat someone up. Kind of like your wrestlers. That's why your wrestlers took on comic book images. That, like I said,
one of the writers of Superman, at least of current Superman, says it's more heroic to, I'm just paraphrasing here, it's more heroic to be an activist than to have a superhero punch a bad guy in the face.
That's what they think, because that puts them in the position of being the hero. They get to be the hero in real life, and that's what they want. Although they're basically evil, they're the bad guys. They're the baddies in the story, but they can't see it.
Like I said, in a few years, maybe I'm not wishing anybody dead. Please don't think that way. I'm just saying, George Lucas, he's up there. Steven Spielberg, he's up there. Most of your favorite directors, they're up there. Actors, Harrison Ford, he's up there in age. Most of the actors, if you see now, they're really old, they're retired. There's a few hanging on. But how much longer do you going to have these people? Not much longer. And like I said, who's replacing Harrison Ford? Who's going to replace Clint Eastwood as an actor? Forget director. As an actor, who's replacing Clint Eastwood?
Nobody.
Nobody,
because we could all be gone tomorrow. If you want to get right down to it, we could all be gone tomorrow. Tomorrow's not guaranteed.
Never, for nobody. And anybody thinks that they're selling you a pipe dream. Tomorrow you can walk out in front of your house, get struck by lightning, and die. That just happens. That's a part of life. But when it comes to entertainment, there was a time, John Wayne was older than Clint Eastwood. But you've seen Clint Eastwood carry it on even long after John Wayne passed away. And there were a lot of actors in that genre that acted like Clint Eastwood and John Wayne. This is the last of the bunch. The Burt Reynolds are gone. It's who do you have today that you can say? Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you look at them, they're up there too. I mean, just like wrestling, there was a time in the 80s and 90s. Yes, it was a good time to be wrestlers, but you had a lot of big names, big people that not just made wrestling, but became famous because of wrestling. The Ric Flairs, the Hulk Hogans, the Undertakers. Just as an example, you look at today, a Charlotte Flair is as close as we're going to get to anything big. And I'm not excluding any man out there, but I'm just throwing the name out there. Popularity. She's got the popularity. She's got the
popularity because she can wrestle, but also because of her father.
Her father, yep. And let's be honest, I could tell you this, Ric Flair, yes, he's proud of his daughter, but I really don't think he 100% wanted his daughter to go into the wrestling business. If I had a baby, I had 3 daughters, I wouldn't want them going into the wrestling business. But that's what they wanted to do, God bless them. But she is very popular. But as far as today, where's the Hulk Hogan's, the Macho Man's, the Ric Flairs, the Stings? They don't exist.
You don't have those wrestlers because the WWE and other organizations don't build up the wrestlers like they did back then.
When you join wrestling, like you've seen somebody, classic example, Bret Hart. Bret Hart had 20, 30 years with the WWE before they let him go to the WCW. But my point is, you still had Bret Hart. He was still involved in wrestling. right now, we don't have anybody to pass the torch. That's why you constantly see, especially on the WWE, and AEW is doing it too, and even the other one, I forget the name, TNA.
TNA.
Yep, they bring back the old Tully Blanchard's wrestling semi, and he's as older than Ric Flair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about that. That's how bad wrestling has. I'm not putting down the people performing. They're doing wonderful. They just don't have the charisma, the notoriety. CM Punk is probably as close to that. And the last couple years, 2 years, you rather him never had come back to wrestling at all. Remember how great he was than what we're dealing with the last 2 years with CM Punk. You know, some of these people you're seeing, especially in comic books, don't have an idea about the history of Batman, don't know anything about Batman. All they're saying is, "Oh, I got a writer's degree. I can write."
I used to write fan fiction. Doesn't mean I'm a writer.
You know, that's the thing, Pacific. Look at, example. Look at even with Star Wars, the guy who played the Grand Inquisitor. Oh, I never did that research on the Grand Inquisitor in Star Wars. I could care less. You're playing a part. The first thing, let's say I have a movie, King Arthur, and I go to Pacific. I need you to play King Arthur. Well, Pacific, first thing he would do as an actor, research everything on King Arthur, read anything he can on King Arthur, find anything he can on the history of King Arthur before he even goes and starts filming his first scene in the role. That's what a actor does.
That's called studying the role.
There you go. Then you're going to know the good things and the bad things of playing that role. But you going into it and saying, "No, I didn't." If I was
and Mupa, I know you want to add something to this conversation too.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like you're saying, with no one stepping up. Look, 80-year-old Clint Eastwood did a better, 30, 40-year-old Clint Eastwood than anyone else has done. And some of that's because Clint Eastwood is great, but some of it is because there's just no one who stepped up in that role who can embody that kind of acting performance that he can.
And that's true. That's true. And Hollywood, let's be honest, Clint Eastwood, they might say, yeah, they like him and acknowledge him, but then they attack him for his politics. Do you see a pattern there? If you step out of line in Hollywood and you announce your politics and it goes opposite of what they say, you're almost an outcast. This is Clint Eastwood. He is one of the last big names in Hollywood that we have. Shouldn't care whatever his political views are, but there are already some people out there that are going to, if Clint Eastwood came out with a movie tomorrow, they're going to down his movie, give it a negative review, all because in their idea, he leans the wrong way. And he's not the only one. Kevin Sorbo is another person. Great actor, did a lot with Hercules and that sci-fi Andromeda. I love that show. I really love that show. The reason
also when Top Gun Maverick was released, there were some articles by Screen Rant talking about how Top Gun was bad because it promoted toxic masculinity and also, patriotism. What's wrong with patriotism? What's wrong with loving your country? What's wrong with being, a guy? Huh? What's wrong? You need to have that testosterone level in order to do what they do up in the air.
Got to. To me, there's nothing wrong. They say it and they categorize it. Being a patriot or being a nationalist. A nationalist is not a bad thing. Just means you have pride in the nation you come from. There's nothing wrong with me showing my pride of my nation. Okay? Criticizing
and if I don't agree with something that the current administration or any administration for that matter is doing, it's because I care about the well-being of the country.
See, we didn't elect these people to be president of the UN. We elected them to be president or served in the government of the United States. That should be their first and only priority. The United Nations is not our priority. God bless the people in Canada. I love the people in Canada. What they do there is their business. And if they don't like something, that's their business to change it. I'm not going to, there's a reason, there's a border there. If Canada wanted to be part of the United States, they could have done it. They didn't want to. God bless them. What goes on there is their business. Same thing for my country. What goes on in my country is our business. This is why we elect. I cannot elect the president of Greenland. I'm not from Greenland. So it makes idiocy to say we need to think of the world as a smaller place. We got to think of the world as the world, but we also have to think about our country, our nation.
We could buy Greenland, though. Then we could elect the president of Greenland.
I knew Wumpa was going to do that.
I don't know if we got enough money now.
The argument when it comes to being patriot in the United States is like trying to change and I'll use this analogy, a Cardinal fan and a Cub fan. They're never going to see eye to eye. The only time there might be a little peace is an all-star game, if there is. But in all analogy, they're never going to get along. They're always going to be opposing each other. And trying to make a bridge is never going to happen. It's just the way the world works. You are never always going to get along with everybody and everything and everyone. That's impossible. And anybody trying to do that is, well, let's just say they're trying to sell you some beachfront property in Arizona. Just it's not going to happen.
Well, Whooper is the Cardinal fan. I'm the Cub fan, and we get along.
At a baseball game.
Even
at a baseball game.
Well, we could go to a game and
sit next to each other.
Yeah,
Cardinal
I bet we could.
I
bet we could.
No drinks in the hand because you guys would be tempted. No food in your hand, but you'd be tempted.
Well, we had to have some food, but the drinks,
we have
that
to have
could
some
get
food
a
and
little
drink.
bit.
Let's just say an infamous pitcher on the Cubs decides this hitter that's on the Cardinals, we got to take him out. So he beams him intentionally in the shoulder. Intentionally.
It doesn't mean I'm going to look at Whoop and shove him or hit him. I'm just going to look at him and say, well, he should have backed off.
All right, here's what's going to happen. Here's what happens, folks. Because remember, you don't see it. If the camera turns away from Pacific and Wumpa, and you go back and you see Wumpa laying on his back, he ain't sleeping, folks. That's called, they didn't see me do it. He fell and hurt himself.
The camera didn't see me do it, but you can guarantee that an usher or security guys did.
Yeah.
I think it'd be fine. There could be some yelling and such, but that's the one thing with sports that I wish they would take all the politics out of it, because other than that,
I can say that there's common sense people in sports as fans, but then you get certain people, and even infamous cities. Philadelphia is not a place you want to go if you're rooting for the opposing team, regardless of the sport. Just not. Oakland is another example. You just don't want to go there. So
you still want to go there in general.
I'm going to say this. I am an Oakland A's fan. I am still a Raiders fan, even though they left Oakland. But I will never venture to go to Oakland to go see a game, and I'm a fan. That's how scared I am of them people. I'm scared of them. Scared. But like I said, I mean, going back to the topic of like Batman and writers and everything, we're losing a lot of people in creativity. I mean, music-wise, everything. That's another thing. What's going to happen in the next 20 years when some of these bands and musicians and singers are gone? Who's replacing? Who's replacing a Kiss, even with the condition they're doing their show? Who's replacing them? What band? Megadeth, Metallica. Who's replacing them? We don't have any band that you can name on the top of your head that can run and compete with them that are young.
Harry Styles.
Never heard of them.
It's probably a good thing.
But I mean, and it's not just in one genre. Look, even in country music, who's going to replace an Alan Jackson? Who's going to replace a Toby Keith?
No one. Absolutely no one.
There's no one. If someone's going to say that girl, I'm sorry, I don't remember off her top right my head. I wish I can keep. Sometimes this is what happens when you get old. You remember faces, but you can't remember names. But like I said, there's no one replacing what's gone. Dolly Parton goes. There's a whole genre of country music gone. We're never getting that back. Not getting it back.
I know with rap, I know it's probably not your guys' preferred genre, but the people nowadays are not as good as the people that were there when I was growing up.
Yeah, it's not, like I said, it's not just one genre. It's all of them. Oh, Taylor Swift. Thank you. Taylor Swift. And personally, I won't even call her country, even though she tries to sound like she's country.
No, she's pop. You know? She may have a little twang to her, but she's still just a pop artist.
Yeah.
She's pop and all her songs are the same. She complains about a past relationship.
Yeah, well, that's women for you. What do you expect?
Well, there used to be a joke. Country music was all about trucks, dogs, and ex-girlfriend or ex-wife.
Ex-wives.
Yep. And they would tell you that some people down in the South that love country music, love their country music, love their trucks, and then their wives and their girlfriends come next. You know.
Yep. I mean, check. Just get off topic just for a little bit. And I mean, some might say you guys have been off topic, but you know, I used to go up to.
Like, there's a topic.
We live off topic.
This show's so loosey goosey. You know, we get on one topic, then we get on another topic, and then another, then another. That's just how it is.
I blame Phil.
A lot to talk about.
Well, like I said, when you talk about like sadly, Tim Sale's passing, writing of Batman, you just can't stop with just that. But when you focus just on that, that's just the tip of the iceberg. We got to remember the iceberg is always bigger under the water than it is above the water. So sometimes you have to go under the water. And everybody here, like I said, my example with comic books goes all over. Why it's nobody's there to take the place. There's no passing of the torch anymore. We had passing of the torch when we were younger, and our parents had the passing of the torch when they were younger for entertainment. Mm-hmm. Where is our entertainment going? Who is picking up? You know what? I don't know of a 20-year actor right now that I could say I like and I enjoy watching. And that's
as far as where entertainment's going currently, it's doing this.
Exactly.
Yep.
Sounds like they need toilet paper.
There's a handful. I mean, a giant handful of actors that when you grew up, you just loved. It was, there's a bunch of actors, but there was some that stood out to you. And to me, I mean, there may be different. It's going to be different for everybody, but there were actors, not even like big time actors that were, but like lower end ones, like Michael Biehn, Michael Biehn, the guy who played Terminator and Aliens. Mm-hmm. That guy always
Johnny Ringo and Tombstone.
Yeah, Johnny Ringo. That guy was always one of my favorites. Growing up and stuff, and like James Earl Jones, certain actors really speak to you, really like get in your brain, and for some reason you like them. I don't know why. It's just, but I haven't seen any of that here lately. I haven't seen, nobody stands out to me anymore.
I got one person, Chris Pratt. That's about all I got.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah,
Chris Pratt. That's it. And he ain't young anymore.
no, but I love him for different reasons. I think the acting part, he's good. I'm not gonna say he's a bad actor, but he's a good actor. But I also like him for other reasons. So
yeah, I mean, at one point you could have said Will Smith was an actor you would remember for years to come, and then of course recent movies and shows flop, and then of course what happened at the Oscars, and his legacy is going down the toilet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's down the toilet. Yeah.
Had that been anybody else, I think it would have went a lot quicker down the toilet. Let's just say, I'll just throw it out there hypothetically. What if that was Kathy Lee Griffin that did the joke instead of Chris Rock?
Just Kathy Griffin.
Would he go up there and hit her? Would he go up there and yell at her? Would he have cussed her out for doing the same joke?
No, he would have laughed.
He would have laughed. Well, he originally did laugh until his wife gave him the look.
Yeah, that look, it was exactly this, and I'm just playing this because it seemed like as soon as she gave Will Smith the look, as Phil was alluding to, it was like this. Let me just find the clip. I'm trying to find the clip. Here it is.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
I will say this, and just so people know, this is not the first time somebody went to a award like the Golden Globes, the Saturn, or in this case, the Oscar, where somebody had a known problem. The man who played Iron Man, what's his name? Robert Downey
Jr.
He was made fun of in public at one of these awards for his past drug use. Didn't go up there or do anything. Didn't say anything. Hollywood has had numerous opportunities, and this is known. If they hire a comedian and you're in that setting, anybody and everybody, even if you were in a small little pub with 20 people, that comedian is going to do at some point pick one person and use that person as a focus point. Man, woman, child, don't make a difference. And if he knows anything about them, just like Chris Rock did, is going to use something and bring it up. There is nothing in the comedian's arsenal that's off limits when it comes to telling a joke. If you do not believe me, watch Saturday Night Live, every episode from beginning till about the last 10 years. You will see that example being made. I'm pretty sure Saturday Night Live this weekend made fun of the president falling on his bike. And it probably would run with it. You know? It's part of
I don't know. I don't know. They used to. Mm-hmm. But in recent years, it seems like, if it's someone that they agree with, they don't make fun of them.
No.
Or in the past,
very light.
Everybody was an open book to it. And most of the time, most famous one, George Bush Sr. and what's his name who played the church lady?
Dana Carvey.
Dana Carvey. He would make fun of George Bush and even mimic George Bush.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
And what did he do? Soon as George Bush was leaving office, invited Carvey there, gave him a hug, said he loved it. That's what a politician should do. And that's what a comedian should do.
That's what anybody should do. Take it in stride. Take it as what it's intended to be, a joke. We've forgotten how to take a joke.
We got too serious about things in today's world. And if that's the case, there's going to be a hard life for some people, because if you can't laugh, you're not living.
You've got to be able to laugh at yourself.
Oh, especially. We joke
That's
around.
what we did growing up all the time.
We joke even here We joked when we were kids in school. If you gotta be able to give it, and you gotta be able to take it. You know, people hate me for pineapple on pizza. People hate me for peaches on pizza. And yes, you heard the awful things people said about watermelon on pizza. But you know what? I'm Phil McCracken, and I can take it. If I can dish it, I got to be able to take it.
If you put pineapple pizza on top of another pizza, does that still count as pineapple pizza?
Yes, it is.
Yes, because there's still pineapple on the other pizza.
It's just technically pineapple pizza, upside down pizza cake. There you go.
Put my pizza on another pizza. Call it cholesterol.
You know what I'm trying to figure out how to do, and I'm Italian and I can cook pizza. Trying to figure out how to do stuff a crust with pineapple and some sauce in the crust on the pizza.
I'm pretty sure that's a war crime.
Oh God, Phil, no, no.
You violated the
Come
Geneva
on, man.
Convention.
Come on. Oh gosh.
May all your pizzas be soggy.
Yeah, you gotta remember, I'm full-blooded Italian. Full-blooded Italian. I can get away with this.
I don't think the Italians even like you, Phil.
You know what? They probably don't.
The Italians like, can we revoke his bloodline?
They probably
we're taking away your Italian card.
You know what they say? He was born in America. Keep him over there.
Yeah.
I agree with Jeff B. It's sacrilege.
I just like the sweetness of pineapple on the pizza. It does something, not just to the cheese, but it does something to the sauce. It makes
it ruins it. Remind me one day how to make a Delaware hot dog. I'll tell everybody here right now, but it might sound weird, but it tastes good. You take a hot dog, you slit it down the middle. You get a frying pan, you put 2 tablespoons of grape jelly and some butter, and you fry it, and you got a jelly dog. The most beautiful thing in the world. Jelly dog, Pacific jelly dog.
Can't be. I'll tell you this: I can't be worse than a Chicago dog.
I still ain't forgive her. What is in a Chicago deep dish?
All the pizza toppings.
You know what my mom used to call it? My late mother used to call it a casserole. You got to understand where she was coming from. She grew up in New York on Staten Island, so she was used to the New York style thin crust pizza.
I like that, but that's close to the Italian style pizza. Not identical; it's close. But Chicago deep dish to me is no different than Sicilian. It's just instead of square, it's round. That's the only difference.
It's a pie, man. It's a pizza pie. That's an actual pizza pie. You know what? I'm going to settle this debate right now. Deep dish and thin crust. It's all the same ingredients. It just looks different.
Just one, you got more bread crust to it. Like a Sicilian. Think of Sicilian. A Sicilian pie, what we call tomato pie, or a Sicilian style pizza, the crust is thicker. That's the only difference.
You got different variations of a regular pizza. You got thick crust, you got hand tossed, you got thin crust. It's just that the deep dish is just in a thicker pan, and there's more crap in it, but it all tastes the same. It's just
DJ knows he knows this stuff. He's going to steal the round Sicilian pizza.
You got St. Louis style, you got Chicago style, you got Detroit style, you got New York style.
Do you know what's really
like Mexican food? It's just a variation of meat, cheese, and vegetables.
Really on an authentic Italian pizza. Here it is. It's thin crust, layer sauce, cheese, and basil on it. That's it. A Neapolitan pizza. If you go to Italy, they actually had to make a law to prevent all these crazy American style pizza. A real Italian pizza, that's what it is.
Yeah, I've had some or mozzarella and basil. It's pretty good.
No, but
Yeah,
you have some people over here
we just made
barbecue
it better.
pizza,
Oh
buffalo
God, yes,
wing pizza.
barbecue pizza is good.
So here we go.
The barbecue pizza is good, but I ate it once and got food poisoning because
Okay,
Pizza Hut's bad. So now I can't
I
eat
got,
it
I
anymore.
got. I'm going to go there. Animas, I don't know where in the South you are, but I'm pretty sure you heard of South Carolina has the mustard in their barbecue.
Yeah.
North Carolina has the hickory in their barbecue, and then
Not only
you have,
hickory, but it also has vinegar.
Vinegar. Yeah.
and then you have them evil people in Kansas City, in Kansas, with their Kansas style barbecue. Which one do you lean on, Animas?
I am a sweet, sticky barbecue kind of guy. There ain't no vinegar in my barbecue. There ain't no vinegar in my coleslaw. It's got to be sweet, a little bit of spice, and it's got to be caramelized and sticky on my ribs, and I'm a happy man. Smoked. I don't care what kind of wood you use. You can use pecan, hickory, cherry, apple. They all have good flavors, and the smoke doesn't matter. It's the rub and the barbecue sauce.
So you're not a South Carolina style barbecue that puts mustard in there.
No mustard, thank you.
No mustard.
But
They're
that's just me.
That's fighting words down there in the Carolinas. They actually will go into fights about the mustard in the barbecue sauce and
I don't like mustard in my potato salad.
I like Amish. And the only difference between Amish and regular potato salad and macaroni salad, the Amish take a half a teaspoon of mustard and stir it in there. There you go. Voila. Amish.
Yeah. My wife likes mustard potato salad, but I do not. I like I like ranch potato. I make my own. I make my own ranch potato salad, and I also like the sour cream based potato salad. That's been like a really good thing. That just been out. It ain't been out that long, but 5 or 6 years. But man, that stuff's pretty good. Tastes like a baked potato.
What I stole from the Deep South is how the people down there make their corn on the cob. They put it on the grill, but with the husk on, and throw it on the grill. The best tasting corn on the cob in the world.
Oh yeah,
that's right. Yep, that's the way we do it.
And then I drown it in butter.
Have it any other way after that.
Yep, I have to drown it in butter. My corn on the cob has to be drowned in butter.
Butter and salt.
That's what makes everything better. Throw some butter on it.
That's right.
And not margarine. If anybody brings around margarine, you're in trouble.
Oh, I ditched that years ago. I only eat regular butter.
Eat it by the stick.
Yeah. Just give me a stick of butter out and just start sucking on it.
My grandma puts, and this is just silly, but it tastes good. Throws butter on Pop-Tarts, toasts them, and then puts like a little pat of butter on them.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong
It's
with
good.
That. We do or honey buns like that.
It probably takes a year off your life every time you eat one, but it's delicious.
Buns. I knew he was going to bring up honey buns.
What do you got? A problem with honey buns?
Oh, I don't got no problem with honey buns. The problem is
watermelon on pizza.
There's not enough in this world before you and for me when it comes to honey buns.
Are you gonna eat all my honey buns now?
But I knew something, the deepest sacrilege I ever came across. Sugar-free sweet tea. How do you have sweet tea without sugar?
That's
ridiculous. When you're fat, you have sweet tea without sugar.
What's the whole point of sweet tea without the sugar?
Well, I mean, you talk about this. It's not sweet. You're just talking about regular tea, unsweet tea.
I used to think it was a myth, but then I went to Illinois and they had it. Sweet tea, no sugar.
That's your first mistake going to Illinois.
There you go.
Yeah,
It
really.
always happens when I cross that Mason-Dixon line and you head to Yankee country. There you go.
I don't even think they drink tea up there, do they?
Sugar-free.
That's just unsweet tea.
That's pretty much what it is. No
No,
tea
see,
with sugar.
we drink. There is unsweet tea, but usually people put sweetener in it. Whenever we're having like a big to do or get together, or potluck or something, there's always sweet tea and there's unsweet tea. Unsweet tea doesn't get drunk that much. Usually by the diabetics, they can't have it.
I'm
But
diabetic and I always stick with the sugar, but I do a cheat. I do the half and half lemonade with sugar. With if I made tea
Arnold
without,
Palmer.
I add them, and then technically I get my sugar from the lemonade. So
yeah,
I love
I
Arnold
use
Palmers.
I use artificial sweetener.
blasphemy.
I'm sorry, I can't. I drink. I'm a drinker, dude. If I drunk everything with sugar in it, I'd be dead. I would have been dead years ago. I promise you.
I do so much stuff with sugar. I would look. My mom and dad sent me to the store one time to get a pound of sugar to bag. I was a kid, maybe about 9, 10 years old. They got home. I literally ate half the bag of sugar.
Why aren't you dead?
I'm still, dude. I'm not supposed to have candy. I have a 2 pound of Tootsie Rolls. I got 5 big bags of different color gummy bears. Yeah, I have a sweet tooth. Still drink soda with real sugar. Yeah. and yes, I am. And yes, I am diabetic. I am diabetic. Moderation.
You are tempting fate there, brother.
Yeah. He's like, I only have one leg, but I'm doing all right.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. At Pacific, you tell me the honest truth. What am I saving my body for? Can I pass it to somebody? Can I give it away to somebody? When I go, it's going with me. So if I go, I should have a happy face. I'll have that nice, cool glass of lemonade with real sugar that everybody loves. Or the NutraSweet or Splenda brand where you're teasing your body and pretending, oh, it's sugar, but it's really not. And it's flavorful when it's really not. It's just something in there that just makes it even worse. Am I right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving yourself a sad trombone moment.
Hey, I take this abuse on Paul.
You go with that wheelchair, though, buddy.
I know. It's all good. It's all good. I come to expect it. I expect it to happen. Watermelon on pizza. You all can hate it. I might.
Yes, I'm having fun with the soundboard on the VoiceBot app.
Oh boy. Now I got to go in there since I'm down to my last glass of lemonade. Go make me some more lemonade.
All right. So this article says just 3 days after being rushed to the hospital with what DC Comics co-publisher Jim Lee informed fans were severe health issues, it has been officially reported that legendary comic book artist Tim Sale has passed away. The tragic news was broken by a representative of Sale's official Twitter account at @ArtBySale, who on June 16th tweeted, "It is with a heavy sadness that I must announce that Tim Sale passed away today. He passed with the love of his life beside him and loves of all of you very much." They added, "Please share photos and stories under this post as we hope to share them with the community." As noted above, Sale's sudden health issues, were first reported on June 13th when Lee took to Twitter to tell fans, "I regret to share the very sad news that legendary artist Tim Sale has been admitted to the hospital with severe health issues. Tim, I am praying for you, buddy," he added. "Stay strong and know that your legions of fans around the world loves and cherishes you and your amazing talent." Sale was and likely will remain one of the most universally praised artists of the last couple of decades, with many hailing his Batman The Long Halloween collaboration with Jeff Loeb as one of the greatest Batman stories ever told. Continuing to work together, Loeb and Sale would go on to produce a number of widely lauded series, including Batman Dark Victory, Batman The Haunted Knight, Catwoman When in Rome, and Superman for All Seasons. The pair also produced a series of books for Marvel, which saw them tell a story chronicling the early days of a given hero's career, themed around the colors of their costume. This line included Captain America White, Hulk Gray, Spider Man Blue, and Daredevil Yellow. The latter, which, similar to Batman The Long Halloween, is regularly heralded as one of Hornhead's most iconic stories. Hey, check out this artwork. You don't see that kind of artwork anymore. Having worked in the industry since the 1980s, Sale was the recipient of the 1999 Eisner Award for Best Artist Penciler Inker or Penciler Inker Team for his work that year on Superman for All Seasons and Brendel Black, White, and Red. In an echo of the sentiments posted when it was first announced that he had been hospitalized, heartbroken fans and professionals from across the industry reacted to the news of Sale's passing by taking to social media to memorialize the artist, share their condolences with his family, and speak to how much his art meant to them. I mean, look at all the detail. That's what you want. You want to put all the detail to show, an example that this character is an older character. He's had a lot of years. And a lot of times now you see the Cal art style of drawing, and that's not really drawing.
It's art. It's a dying art. And it's just, when it comes to comic books, anime, and everything, American artist, American cartoonist is a dying breed. Compared to the Japanese, which are still flourishing, they do modern, but they still try to stick to tradition of what they're doing. If they're writing something that's very popular and has been pretty popular, they try to stay loyal to the canon as much as they can. Over here, I really say, like I said, I see all this as a dying breed. 10, 20 years, I doubt that we will have comic books. Not that no one will want to buy them, just that nobody's going to want to buy what they're giving us right now.
No, there won't be new. They'll be reprinting old comic books, and because people will still want to read the stories that were good. They won't be purchasing any of the new crap because they can't pay artists enough to produce something that sells 1,000 copies or 10,000 copies. Back in my day, they were selling millions of copies.
Yeah. Used to be people would buy the Sunday paper just to get the comic books the comic strips out of the Sunday paper.
Yep. I wish I was good enough. See, I always wanted to be a comic book artist when I was growing up, when I first got into comic books and taught myself how to freaking draw. And now I still suck at it. But those people like him influenced me and got me to pick up a pencil and some paper and do this and that and the other. And then they've done a lot of other people. There's a lot of really good artists out there, really. But they don't get any time of day. They don't, a lot of them maybe start a comic book and try to get crowdfunded for it. The big corporations, they don't care. They're going in a different direction than than some of the really good ones are doing. But it's sad, and it was such a good industry and such a fun thing to do, and they've ruined it for themselves, and they ruined it for all the fans.
Look at what happened. I mean, comic books were a big industry, like you said, when we were growing up, just as big as baseball cards, football cards. It used to be the thing when I was a kid, buying baseball and football cards. They used to even have the stickers in the sticker book. You get the stickers and you put them in the sticker book, and you fill out your team. You fill out the All-Star team, and then you filled out the previous World Series, the NL and the AL. That's tops. I don't even think does anywhere near the business it's done before. So, just in general, it's dying. Things are dying, and some of it can be because in this day and age, people just aren't interested into it. But I think a lot of it has to do with even with people that grew up in the golden age of it aren't interested in it anymore. And it's not because they don't want to. It's because of the state of entertainment. They forced us out.
And as far as drawing, I know a lot of people like to use tablets nowadays to draw, but for me, I'd rather get a drawing pencil and a pad of drawing paper, any blank piece of paper, and draw on that.
Yeah, digital art's good, and I even do that. I draw on an iPad, and I posted some stuff on Twitter, just for the fun of it. But it's fun. It's a lot better if you have a really good artist who can put it on paper and ink it, and just have a physical copy, a real original art piece from somebody, and that does way better than just something you put on a tablet and then was able to copy it 1,000 times, and it's not the same. It really ain't.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the reason some of this stuff is failing is they are so bad at marketing. Because I know I'm the young whippersnapper of the group, but I didn't know comics were still going on until I stumbled across Gary's channel and all of them. I had always heard of comics, but I thought, oh, that was a thing they did in the past, But they were still going on. It's just they had such terrible marketing. I had no idea. No one in my school really had any idea. They always talked about it as like an old thing. And
you don't see advertisements for it. You don't see any even online. I mean, as much as they could put it out online through Facebook or Twitter, or you don't see anything, no advertisements for that sort of stuff.
You used to be able to go into shopping centers, malls. There was a comic book shop, and you had a music shop. Them things are extinct. They're gone. We're not going to get, a Sam Goodies anymore. We're not going to get the mom and pop comic book store. Just it's I hate to say dead. Comic books sellers now, I will never see them opening a store. It will be online if they do any business. But even there, what are you going to sell? Today's comic book, okay, the latest one I've seen is Superman's son, and yeah, they did things with him. Not something I would want to read about, care about, and not somebody I want. If I had a child in this day and age, under 14, would I even allow him to read something like that? And that's a shame, because comic books used to be any age. There was nothing in the comic book. Really, the hardest comic book I can remember coming out that people had to issue was when Jason Todd got killed in the Batman comics. That was very controversial. But that's it. Everything else, a parent could say, here's a comic book. I don't care who you are, what you are, what religion you believed in. everybody's parent was fine with giving their kid a comic book.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I used to go grocery shopping with my mom as a kid, and she knew exactly where to find me in the magazine section because I'd be reading a comic book, and then she would say, "Would you like that comic book?" I'd say, "Yes, please," and she would buy it because comics weren't that expensive.
Nope.
She said, "Then
Nope.
get your own money." I'm like, "Oh no."
And they
Get a
even back
job.
then they used to set the store up. They weren't dumb. The front of the store had the candy, had the baseball cards, the football cards, the movie cards like Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and it had the comic books. Because they were smart. Because if there's a checkout line, which we don't have anymore, for some of these stores, you don't even have a cashier anymore. But you used to have a checkout line, and in the checkout line, you would wait for the other person. Say you had two people in front. Well, they weren't done. You wanted something to look at or read while you were waiting in line. And half the time, the kids would see, "Oh, Star Wars card. I want a pack of Star Wars cards." And the kid would ask and get it. Comic book, same thing, and this is what, as a kid, before the age in the late 80s and 90s, when people start saying comic books weren't just comic books for reading, comic books were for collecting and selling to make money off. Same thing happened to baseball cards. Baseball cards were not a thing. You weren't open to just looking at your baseball cards. You were looking to trade your baseball cards, swap baseball cards, or, to the horror of some people, taking your bicycle and putting the bicycle cards on the spokes and making it sound like a motorcycle.
Yep.
Yeah, you all know how many rookie cards got destroyed that way.
Quite a few because I did that to myself because you wanted your bike to sound like a motorcycle.
The best way to do it: buy some baseball cards. And they used to trick the poor kids, especially Fleer, and then Topps copied it. The rookie cards wasn't a rookie card. They had 3 rookie players on the team on the same card. You were always looking for the established player card. That was the one you didn't want to mess up. You would take the rookie card because the chances are them being famous or making it big were slim. Or you would do doubles. So if you had double Mike Schmidt, to the horror of some people probably listening right now, or let's see, a Reggie Jackson, you had 5 copies. You would take 4 of them and go, "There's my motorcycle thing. Put my cards on there, and down the road I go." Tore up them cards like you wouldn't believe. But like I said, in the late 80s, early 90s, that's when this stuff started being something to play with. And it turned, the whole industry turned to something to collect and resell. Star Wars memorabilia, baseball memorabilia, football memorabilia. Even, I hate to say, the other 2 sports, basketball and hockey, start becoming popular. They were selling memorabilia. And you, like I said, you weren't just people that were into baseball buying baseball cards. People that were investors were buying baseball cards, which jacked the price of it up until, like I said, the late 90s, early 2000s, and the baseball thing just crashed. And I think comic books lasted a little bit longer, but they suffer from it. Same thing happening. So
because there was a baseball and football card magazine called Beckett's, and I used to look at that and look to see if I had any cards of any value.
And if I remember correctly, in the late 80s, early 90s, we only used to have, up until then, Fleer and Topps. That's when they
Don't
came
forget
out.
Upper Deck.
Upper Deck. What was the other one? Was really popular at the time.
Donruss.
Yep.
Yep.
They start these up, and they were making money. And the reason these businesses started making baseball cards wasn't because we want to make baseball cards. They knew the value of the baseball cards being collected was meaning their baseball cards were going to be just as value, if not more. And I think even the Upper Deck was even more money than the original Topps cards.
Well, let's also not forget that even though these companies were producing baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, they would delve into things like Star Wars and Star Trek and other franchises and release
Topps
cards.
did. Flair did.
I
Comic book cards.
I remember as a kid, they came out with, I used to like Kiss back in the 70s and the 80s, but early 70s, Topps came out with the Kiss cards. And there were other bands when they used to make it big, they would make, their own card series. The movies were great. If you were early 80s and into the early 90s, a blockbuster movie, particularly for kids, E.T., had their own card collection, cartoon movies like Transformers, the first Transformer movie, got a bunch of cards being made for it. It blew up, and then it really exploded for not just the collectors or people wanting to play. The Pokemon, the Yu-Gi-Oh cards. There were some, believe it or not, Pokemon cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards that even before you even hit your hand, they were worth $400 or $500.
There was
$500.
There was a Pokemon card shortage at the beginning of the whole Rona stuff, and there were cards going for, I believe, the hundreds of thousands. I know they were going for insane prices, especially for those original style cards.
Mhm.
Those go for a lot. I used to have a big bag of Pokemon cards, and I forget what I did. I did something wrong, and my parents threw them all away. I'm like, you probably threw away a small fortune there.
I remember how expensive they were because I had 3 daughters growing up in the 90s and early 2000s, and they loved Pokemon cards just as much as my nephews did. Then there was the big switch from Pokemon to Yu-Gi-Oh cards, which was even more crazier. Red series, white series, yellow series. Trying to keep up with it was mind-boggling. And forking out the money. Oh, just like in baseball, you had the booster packs. That means people that were traded during the season, you wanted to see this person in a Cardinals uniform or this rookie who didn't have a rookie card really made it big during the season, so he got a rookie card in the booster pack. Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to come out, well, this is series yada, yada, yada. Oh, guess what? 2 weeks later, here's the booster pack to go along with it.
Yeah, I always joke with my parents because they threw away all those Pokemon cards, and I always joke with them and say, it's fine, but when it comes time for putting you in a home, I'm gonna remember that.
They deserve it.
I collected really hard in 1983 Topps, and I must have got about 13 or 14 Cal Ripken Jr. cards. The classic 3 rookies on that team. One was Cal Ripken Jr. 96, 97, I said, you know what? I'm done with baseball and collecting cards. I grew out of it. So I went to the baseball guy, and to my surprise, I didn't get full value. Never get full value. I got $100 for each card. I made $1,300. Not bad for somebody that spent maybe on a baseball large pack, maybe about $25. People today probably say, well, why do you do that? It's probably worth a lot more money now. At the time, I made my money. And there comes to a point where, like I said, some people will be, you sold your collection? Yeah, sometimes you do. My Star Wars collection, like everybody knows, or some people don't, that went up into the Great Fire after the Book of Boba Fett.
Topps.
All went into the fire. And that's a surprise.
Phil.
Don't bring that up.
Phil.
I know. It's more the thought. It's more the thought and the memories that can't be taken away and can't be destroyed than the actual, I will tell you, physically holding the content.
Yeah, but Phil, every time people hear that story, I can hear people literally screaming "no" like this.
The only thing that survived the Great Purge is a 1997 Star Wars Monopoly sealed, never been opened, and my EU books. My EU books. That's the only thing that survived out of my Star Wars collection.
It's as if millions of voices all cried out
in terror,
and suddenly extinguished.
And I collected Star Wars since 1977. And I collected baseball cards since I was 4 years old in 1976. So I tell you, baseball, I was really into baseball. I was up into baseball up until the early 80s when I could see it had turned from baseball to football. And football was really big. But football, for some reason, even though they had the fandom and the popularity, when it comes to collecting, baseball was still king. Baseball cards were always worth more than football cards. And I will say this right now today. If you're going to collect something, you better find anything with the Cleveland Indians name, buy it. Buy it. Find anything that has the Redskin name, buy it. They're going to be worth something or anything that even has the Oakland Raiders on it, buy it. They're not going to be remade. They're not going to be reissued. Chances are they're never going to be changed back or go back. They're going to be worth. They will be.
I'm going to bring this up because you mentioned the Indians, or at least the former Indians, who are now the Guardians. The other day, I got a message from YouTube saying I violated their community guidelines for one of my videos. So I checked to see which video it is, and it's a video from last year on May 11th, episode 187 of the box score, when the Cubs were in Cleveland playing the then Indians. And they were saying it was because it was derogatory comment. I was, being derogatory toward another group. So I appealed. And I said, no, I am not being derogatory toward another group. I am referring to the team as they were known at the time this video was recorded. They didn't become the Cleveland Guardians until this year, which I put in my appeal. I said, but before this year, last year, they were known as the Cleveland Indians. Even in my description, I wrote Cleveland Indians. So I appealed it and I won.
I don't understand the name changing like they're doing. That's the ownership. They can do what they want when they own the team. To me, I didn't see anything wrong calling the team the Cleveland Indians. And they were Indians. Native Americans that's what they refer to, Indians.
So how can the Indians see themselves in these teams anymore?
So when they have like the Bureau of Indian Affairs and they're dealing with the government, did the government say no longer Bureau of Indian Affairs? And do the Native Americans refer to themselves as Indians? Oh, I'm Cherokee Indian. I am Crow Indian. I am Sioux Indian. I'm not scared to say this. My children are half Native American. They have Cherokee and Chickasaw in them. They're Indian. I told them to be proud of what they are and who they are. They're Redskin fans. We're Redskin fans. So, I mean,
they're taking away all the representation.
Okay. Wouldn't it be more hateful to do away with the Yankees because that's a derogatory name? The Canucks because that's a derogatory name? Can everybody from the South demand the Reds, who her real name is called the Redlegs, change their name? No. It seems it's okay when the PR people come into play. I disagreed with the Redskins changing their name. The only reason he did it was, one, because of FedEx, two, because he thought he was going to get a new stadium. FedEx, the company, You start sponsoring the Redskins right after they won 3 Super Bowls. You knew what they were called. You supported after that Super Bowls all that time what they were called. You wanted to be a part of it. That's why you start sponsoring that stadium. Whatever they call it, RFK or not RFK, Jack Kent Cooke
FedEx
or
Field
whatever.
or whatever they call that stadium now.
Yeah, but here's the justice. He changes the name, and guess what, Mike? He still ain't got a stadium. Good for kudos for him. He can change the name, doesn't mean you're going to get what you want. Now he can call FedEx and ask for a stadium.
And I've heard a lot of people say, they'd rather have stuck with the Washington football team than to be called the Commanders.
The commies.
It's a generic name for a generic team. Okay. They could have been called the Washington Warriors. They could use that name. Still use the image. The Native American community around DC supported them. They could have been called the Washington Braves, which they were originally when they were in Boston. Yes, they were the Boston Braves, same as the Atlanta Braves.
Well, they're trying to get rid of that too, though.
If I understand they want to change the Braves name and everything Native American, get rid of it. Okay, I'm full-blooded Italian, so if anybody's using in their colleges or their high school, the Centurions got to go. Let's see. Since Italians claim Trojan ancestry, the Trojan college out there to use the Trojans, they got to change the name. I can do the same thing, but why would I? Why should I? It's only promoting a team. It's a thing. Fighting Irish. Is there any contradiction more than that? Fighting
I'm Irish. Get rid of that stupid leprechaun.
That's
you go.
Derogatory. And the Irish weren't good fighters. If that was the case, they would have got rid of the English long ago. So it's not only false advertisement, but it's got a crazy redhead, which, Cash Money don't like redheads. Had to throw that in there.
Stop the ginger side.
Can we change the Vikings name because the Vikings weren't really good people and were, pirates? Got to get rid of the pirates.
Vikings don't like it because they're not represented correctly.
There you go.
The Vikings aren't as bad as they hope they should be.
Gotcha. But can we get rid of the Pirates, the baseball team, and the Raiders and the Buccaneers? Because Pirates weren't good people. They were robbers and thieves. Where does the line and everything we talked about, where is the line that said, okay, this is enough? Where does the line stop? It's got to stop. We got at some point, it's got to be said, okay, here and done. And personally, if you don't like a name of a team, really, guess what? Don't support the team, don't cheer for the team, and you don't have to watch it.
It's like here on YouTube where people don't like another person's content. Well, then don't watch it.
No one's telling you. I hate to say this. I use the example, Pacific. Turn the channel. Do a click backwards, and you go to another channel real quick.
Oh my God! It's the Notarial Life Form.
They
add the mineral.
I would like the Jack Sparrows, but you know what? Disney would never allow it. I would love them to be called the Jack Sparrows. But a lot of people don't even know the history of the
now
team.
I'm just thinking of without a doubt, you are the worst baseball team I've ever heard of. But you have heard of it.
I mean, look, people don't even know the history of the teams they're rooting for. Cowboys. Originally, Cowboys was a derogatory term for people that were African American that work with cattle. Originally, they would call white and Hispanic people working with cattle as cattlemen. The Cowboys were their term. 10 years later,
I'm just going to give them ideas, and they're going to cancel that too.
I want to cancel the Cowboys because, first of all, I want to know where did they get off being called America's team?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Not even in baseball would you call the Yankees America's team, but you're going to call the Dallas Cowboys America's team.
No, the Mets are the Americans team.
Oh, hell no, nothing from New York is American.
No.
No, we're going to go there. We're fighting words. I have to deal with the invasion of New Yorkers to my state. It is crazy. The New Yorkers. And then when they're not invading, they're looting. They come down because we have no sales tax. So when they have to pay $13 to $14 for a pack of cigarettes, they come to Delaware, buy it for tax-free for maybe $10, and load up their cars and go all the way back to New York, happy campers. Or they'll buy electronics like you wouldn't believe because there's no sales tax. Yes, when you see a television for $100, it's $100, not $103, not $105, $100.
Yeah,
So,
I know during the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever, whenever people are traveling, people would always come. When I was working at a gas station, they'd come down to us and buy, 3, 4, 5 cartons of cigarettes because, and it would cost them like, if I think 3, I forget how much. It's been a while now, but they'd say like, yeah, for the price of these 3 cartons, that's what 1 carton costs up in New York. So they'd much rather come down here.
It's insane. I really do feel bad for them, but unfortunately, we've been invaded, and they come down, and those who don't want to live here, they loot us and go back.
Yeah. And I always feel bad because they always put these taxes on people saying, well, we're trying to stop young people from doing it. But that's not what happens. You just bankrupt the old people who got hooked on it when they were saying, oh, there's nothing wrong with this. Everything's fine.
They did this thing in Philadelphia, tax on soda.
I heard of that.
There's already a sales tax, but Philadelphia adds another 25 cents for soda. Them people don't buy soda in Philadelphia. You know what they do? They go outside the city of Philadelphia, buy it tax-free. But the majority of them come down and loot in Delaware and buy the sales tax-free and drive it all back up to Philadelphia.
Well, I had even heard a few years ago that the former mayor, Ron Emanuel of Chicago, had put a tax on sodas.
It's ridiculous. I know the cities are in major decline, but it's not the business's fault. It's the city's fault. First of all, they mismanage their money. They outspend what they get. And mind you, they do get money from state and federal government to help. And they still mismanage the money. So then they try to use soda as an excuse. Soda was never an excuse. Soda was a convenience to put a tax on. And when one city did it, another city did it. Another city did it. And it's like a roller coaster. And when it's only a city that does it, the people in the city are smart. They're not dumb. I'm not going to pay this tax. I'm going to go 10, 15 minutes outside the city and go buy this item where there is no sales tax or special tax. I really wish this country had no sales tax whatsoever, so you all can be like my state. You go to McDonald's and you spend $20. How would you like to just pay $20? No extra tax. You already pay income tax when you're working. You're already paying some form of tax when you're shopping, let alone before you hit the register at the price. But to throw the sales tax on, yeah. I feel sorry for you guys in them states that have the sales tax. I couldn't see how
doesn't have sales tax.
Huh?
What state doesn't have sales tax?
Delaware does not have a sales tax. We're the only state east of the Mississippi that don't. Oregon doesn't have a sales tax, and I think Wyoming doesn't have a sales tax.
You're making up for it somewhere else, aren't you?
Yep.
I just don't like the income tax. That's what I don't like.
Well, there are some.
But that's a whole nother thing.
There are some states that don't have income tax and just have a sales tax, and then there's the majority that have both. They get you both ways. But there are a few states that don't have income tax. They get you on their sales tax. So,
Oh, I got.
And I do apologize, Nerdporial, about my incorrect information. It's when you live outside of that state, you just hear it the way the news tells it to you, and that's what I remember hearing. So thank you for correcting me on that, brother. And hello to Christian Phantom Geek. Welcome. Go ahead, Phil.
yeah, I was just saying, the Padawan said Oregon has no tax. So, and like I can guarantee he can tell you the difference. Like I said, you go into a store, you see the price, it's $10. $10 is what you pay. You know.
I heard I heard in Oregon, at least in Portland, they got the 5-finger discount going on too.
Oh no, you did not go there, Wumpa.
Yes, he did. He just went there.
I went there.
Oh, God bless. Only thing I want to say is this, and Pacific, you can tell me to stop if this is inappropriate. You have the January 6th going on for one incident for one day. Over in Portland, they try for a whole month to burn that courthouse down, and not a single government reckoning with that. Not a single one. And they took 30 days. That place was practically under siege. 30 days. Federal building, a federal courthouse. Just saying.
I know, and I've seen different takes, different video on that event in January. I have things I'd like to say about it, but I'm not going to say about it here in this live stream.
Because YouTube is, how they are. But anyway, do tell us about the Jon Snow Game of Thrones sequel series.
I will. This will be the last story of the day. And I know there are people who are done with Game of Thrones as a TV series. They're probably done with it as a book series because George R.R. Martin says, I'm working on this, I'm working on that, this, that, and the other. Well, George.
Still not doing it.
Yep.
He's the opposite of A Wheel in Time. And I don't know if anybody knows the Wheel in Time series. Wheel in Time series is a fantasy series. The guy wrote about 12 books, passed away, and his son took over and has written 8 more books. The series was good at first, but it's a series that never ends. Well, the writer of Game of Thrones is the total opposite. We can't get him to write the final book that he said he was going to write. What now? 6 years now? 7? And he still ain't finished the book. He even took off and said, I am taking time to finish writing the book. And still no book.
He's never going to finish it.
Nope.
No.
So HBO is developing a Jon Snow Game of Thrones sequel series. And it goes on to say, it's not an exaggeration to say HBO has a half dozen Game of Thrones spin-offs in development, but prior to today, the 6 projects that we knew about were all prequels, including the upcoming House of the Dragon series. However, a 7th potential series has emerged that may finally push forward the timeline of George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire beyond the original show. According to The Hollywood Reporter, HBO is developing a Game of Thrones sequel series centered around Jon Snow. Kit Harington portrayed Jon Snow through all 8 seasons of Game of Thrones. Although Harington frequently spoke about his desire to move on from the series, The Hollywood Reporter reports that he is attached to star in the spinoff should it go forward. For now, there are no writers officially announced for this potential sequel. In the final episode of the series, Jon Snow was exiled from Westeros, despite the fact that probably meant he was the only living Targaryen heir. Instead of making a play for the throne, Jon reunited with the Wildings and returned to the true north beyond the wall. The Hollywood Reporter notes that setting the story beyond the Game of Thrones series finale potentially allows other surviving characters such as Arya, Sansa, and Breen to return as well. The real question is whether the other former cast members want to come back. It's equally unclear where the story can go after the defeat of the White Walkers and the Lannisters, as well as the death of Daenerys Targaryen herself. The final episode of Game of Thrones also proved to be very unpopular with many of the show's fans. Well, I mean, from what I've heard from people that watch Game of Thrones and watch the final season, it proved that the two so-called writers of the show couldn't write. Their Star Wars deal fell through.
If you watched Game of Thrones, and I love the Game of Thrones, even play the browser game, if you can throw that last season away, it's a fantastic series. That last season, I think people start resting on their laurels. Writings got a little bit lazy. Everybody got lazy, and it collapsed. And I think part of the reason was the two writers on the show were more concerned about their Star Wars deal than they were concerned about this last season of Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not an awful season, but it was bad in many ways. So
I'd also like to get Nerdporial's perspective on this if he's still here, because from what I recall, he was a Game of Thrones fan, and I'd just like to get his take on it. If you're still here, Brian, and if you're available.
Sorry, I think I walked too far away from my computer, got disconnected.
Welcome back. I do think that I would have loved that he ended up, the actor, marrying the woman in the show that played his girlfriend, kind of. I wish her death wasn't as quick as it did and lasted a little bit longer, because both him and his wife are good actors, both of them. Don't give me with names on Game of Thrones. Names, I'm bad. But the actor we're speaking about having the spin-off show here, let me just say, some people, some actors, they love to do something that makes them popular, but then they want to walk away from it. They're done. So to have him come back, a lot of times these actors don't want to come back. They want to make popularity outside of like Game of Thrones. Believe me, Mark Hamill, after Star Wars, wanted to get more roles to be popular outside of Star Wars. Same thing for Carrie Fisher. Only one that succeeded was Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford, even though Star Wars put him on the map, really never wanted to come back to Star Wars.
No, he'd move on. He wanted Han Solo to be killed in Return of the Jedi.
Yep. See, some of these people, they want to see an end. Just like some people like me in some movies, you want to see an end. His way to guarantee they're never going to bring him back, kill the character. Now, this actor that's playing Jon Snow loves his character, but wants to move on. But sometimes fans don't want you to move on. They're always going to see him as Jon Snow. Growing up as a kid, Animas probably can go with me on this. The guy who played in John Boy on The Waltons, great actor, could never move away from The Waltons, because guess what? He will always be known as John Boy. That's it. That's all. Sometimes you get the great role, but you're forever cast in that role.
Yeah,
no one's
typecasting.
It.
Look at more recently, what's his name? Sorry, hold on.
Just call him Baby Orlando Bloom.
Daniel Radcliffe. That guy was always Harry Potter from then on out.
Yep. He's, God bless him, he's trying to do other roles. Some good, some bad. But honestly, I will say he's decent as an actor to keep going in other roles. But if they offered him come back for Harry Potter, we're going to do another Harry Potter series. Right now, you'd be foolish if he didn't jump on it. And some of them other actors under him, the one who played Ron and Hermione, yeah, they might say we better go jump on this because I'm not saying they don't have a career, but it's not a career where they can say, I can go out there and pick and choose the movie. The Harrison Ford could have did Indiana Jones. He could have went and did anything, and he did do anything. You know, he had the pick of the litter. Well, Mark Hamill
He had a
didn't
better
have-
range and a better look, I guess, than the rest of them. I mean, Mark Hamill wasn't really like tearing up the the screen.
He was good for Luke Skywalker.
Yeah, I mean, even his other movies that he played in weren't that good, like Corvette Summer and stuff.
No.
I mean, he wasn't that good of an actor. So,
and there were some
good
actors,
as Joker. But...
There were some good actors that played in TV and were only good for TV. The guy who played Apollo in the original Battlestar Galactica, that's another one. Can never do anything other than that. Everybody else, anything else he touched after he did that series, done. Just it happens sometimes. Sometimes us fans box these actors in, and they can never get past more than what they did. You know.
Well, Tim Allen, I know he did go on to do a lot, but if I remember correctly, he kind of had a struggle to get out of that TV.
Yep, that's the thing about success. Film. It can build you and take you where you want to go, but sometimes it keeps you, it holds you there, and you can't go no further. But then there's some actors that can go past it somehow, some way. Like you were doing an example, Harrison Ford. You can do Mel Gibson. You know, even though Mel Gibson never did TV or Harrison Ford never did TV. See, you used to have two classified actors who did television and actors that did movies. And most of the time, it was hard for either or to go swap to the other one. Nowadays, it's not the case. They can do it. The problem is the way the fan is looking at the actor if they want him to do it. Women love Henry Cavill. And they would love to have a TV show with nothing but Henry Cavill on, most of the year. Probably a good career move if he did that. But would that carry over? Yeah, Robin Williams, he did wonderful work, broke away from that, and was able to have a career outside that. Most of the people on Saturday Night Live, I stopped Saturday Night Live like at 2000, but most of them, you see, they go on and they're able to, some of them, the good ones, have a great career outside of Saturday Night Live, And some don't even want to acknowledge they've ever been on Saturday Night Live. So sometimes their ego gets to them,
Well, remember how long it took Eddie Murphy to come back to Saturday Night Live, and when he did, it was like, why even bother?
Yep, that was a very big letdown because all that time you waited for him to come back. I mean, come on, we all loved him when he did his little skit of what was his name from the
Buckwheat?
He did Buckwheat and also Gumby.
Yeah, today that one's Gumby, live.
Damn it! Sorry, folks, I'm old.
Yeah. I got my AARP card this Friday. I'm moving on up. But yeah, as far as the writer, that guy, I mean, I hate to say this, he go another year or two without that novel coming out, stick a fork in it and don't bother. I mean, really at this point, I think a lot of people were hoping that would come out and make up for what happened in the last season of Game of Thrones. But we have to be careful as fans because we can get the Boba Fett Obi-Wan effect. It came back, but you probably don't want what came back is. So,
Well, and with that, I wonder how many people he can really get back just because he's got 2 books left, right? So you get that new book, that even if he does release that next book, what are the odds he releases the one after that? Pretty much. I mean, I'd say that's pretty much absolute zero.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a chance he releases
But
this one.
he should never had promised like he did. But he was like, oh, promise. When he came out with the first promise, oh, it's a year away. And then leading up to right around COVID hitting, oh, I got plenty of time. It's going to be done by the end of this year. Well, okay, it's 2022. Your first promise is nearly 4 years old, and your last promise is nearly 3 years old. Okay. Yes, it does take time to write a book, but not that long. Not that long.
I believe that his other 2 books are going to come out the same time when Ryan Johnson's Star Wars trilogy comes out.
Yeah. At least one would be, at least if his books come out, I wouldn't be bad if that Ryan Johnson trilogy.
That's why I compared it to The Wheel of Time. And it's a series now posted on one of these pay subscription channels. Like I said, it's a fantasy world. There's like 23 books. You thought after the father died, the son will finish up the book and stop. That never stopped. And I think he's still writing more books now. So, of The Wheel of Time. And wow.
Well, one of the things that we've been talking about this morning and into the afternoon is, Hollywood running out of creativity. Basically, entire industry is running out of creativity. Now, what my point of this is I'm going to check out a new series that started on FX, and you can also catch it on Hulu, and it's called The Old Man with Jeff Bridges. I'm going to check it out, watch the first episode, and I'll give my take on the first episode. It may not be an actual review. It'll be part of PACIFIC414 episode review, but I'm going to watch it out of curiosity because I do like Jeff Bridges, and I want to see what the show is all about.
The last of the acting families. His brother is an actor. His father was a great actor. Love the Bridges. No complaints there. Seemed like their father had a right. Not saying he's a saint, just saying the father had a right mind for Hollywood, and both his sons had good mind in their jobs in Hollywood. Both of them had great careers in Hollywood. So,
yeah, well, this is my favorite Jeff Bridges role, and you guys can go ahead and roll your eyes and go, "Geez, Mike."
Okay, sir, you're a Lebowski. I'm a Lebowski. That's terrific.
Wait, let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude. So that's what you call me.
That's just like your opinion, man.
I will say he's a great actor, but I love his brother more. I loved his brother when he especially went and did last couple seasons of Stargate. Yes, his brother. I love his brother as an actor. But you can tell both of them got it from their dad. Both of them got from their dad.
Yeah, Lloyd Bridges was a great actor.
Yep. Did all kinds of movies, sci-fi, thrillers, comedy. Remember playing? He was a total actor.
Lloyd Bridges is a funny dude. He's a good comedian. He played on Seinfeld.
I liked him when he played in Battlestar Galactica as Commander Kane, the original Commander Kane, and he played it like I would say the equivalent of Patton in space, and it came across really, really well. But there was a TV show in the late 70s. It was a TV movie about a fire that was in a skyscraper. And he was the head of the fire department in that city, kind of before 9/11. Didn't have anything to do with the plane crashing into a building. Just the building caught on fire, and they had problems getting up past the floors of the fire where everybody was still alive. And they had to get it to them in time. The real solution to the problem was getting helicopters to fly before the fire reached up top, before the helicopters couldn't fly in that heat. So it was like a made-for-TV movie. I wish I had the name for it, but it was a wonderful movie. It was before that fire movie that it had, huh?
Was it
I think
something
it was
like the
Great
Inferno?
Inferno. I think that's what it was. Inferno. It's kind of like the movie one of the brothers, the four brothers made that fire movie, Backdraft. It was kind of like that movie, but this was made in the 70s.
Yeah. Happy Father's Day to Black Dragon and everybody else who has a kid in the chat in the panel.
Or in this case, thinking about our fathers who are no longer here.
Yep.
Because I'm certainly thinking about my father, how hard he worked and things that he did in his life. First as a port security officer in the Coast Guard. Then he went on to the California Highway Patrol Academy and became a CHP officer and did his work, loved his work. He was a great father, husband, brother, and son. And he was the oldest of three boys. One of his great hobbies was to just go out and fish. It didn't matter if it was on the ocean, didn't matter if it was on the lake. That was what he considered relaxing. Another thing he was into was aviation. So if he had a chance to go to an air show, he would go to one. And one of my cherished memories was from 20 years ago. It'll be 20 years this October when we went to 486th Bombardment Group reunion to meet my grandfather's navigator. My grandfather was a B-17 pilot during World War II. His B-17 was called King Khan, and there at this reunion, we met this gentleman by the name of Bob Harper, who was my grandfather's navigator. And the things that I learned about my grandfather from Mr. Harper, I'll always be thankful for. Things I learned from the men and women who were there during World War II, I'll always be thankful for, because one of the things that they said was for some of the younger people, and these were people my age and younger, who were actually there, and we actually wanted to know, what did you experience during your time, in the Air Force during World War II, whether, they went on to Korea afterwards. But what did you experience? That's what they appreciated. They appreciated the fact that we wanted to know their stories so that we could pass it on to the next generation and the generation after that. So what they did during that time lives on. It's very important that we pay attention to history and that we honor those men and women who made their sacrifices during World War II. Because, again, as we mentioned earlier, there aren't very many World War II vets around. And when my dad 20 years ago said, there's this reunion coming up and your grandfather's navigator is going to be there, do you want to go? I jumped at the chance to go with my dad and spend this time with my dad and learn more about my grandfather than even my dad knew. My dad didn't even know some of the information that we found out.
Cool.
Different caliber of men that in today's world today, as the way it is, that they wouldn't be able to survive in today's world. Or I should be corrected when I say that. People today couldn't survive in a way their world was, where your word was your word. You didn't give your word for something. When you made promises and deals with people, you kept to it. If your neighbor knocked on your door and said, "Can you give me 5 minutes?" You didn't give an excuse. You went and helped your neighbor, because you never know when you need that neighbor. Didn't regardless of who they are. I'm a father. I remember my father had a wonderful childhood with my father and my mother. But my father, I had a good relationship. Wasn't a saint. No one's a saint. And I was grateful for my father. I couldn't ask for anything better than the man that I had. Again, not saying he was a saint. He was human, just like everybody else is. But I remember every day, especially on Father's Day, the time I spent with my father. I remember my grandfathers. Both of them served. I had a grandfather that was in the Italian-Turkish War right before World War One. Came over here to the United States, was here less than 2 years, and what did they do? Draft them and send them back. And I had he come back from World War One, and veteran of 2 wars. Had a great aspect on things. Lived his life. Had another grandfather that was in World War II, uncle in World War II. They fought for the other side against their very own blood that was fighting on the Canadian American side in North Africa. So World War II is a very deep thing. My family honors all who served, regardless of what uniform they wear, be it the Canadians or the Americans or, yes, the Italians who fought against the Americans and the British. I respect them all. When you fight for your country, sometimes you're not privy to all the information you get. Sometimes you just fight for your country, period. And these men serve to fight for their country. And anybody that does that earns my respect. Because when they use the term fighting for your country, it means you're fighting for the people that live around you, the people of your home, the people in the town you grew up with. They're the reason why you fight. And that's one thing I learned being, on some case, a second-generation American, in one case, a first-generation American. It's always about your community. It's always about the people around you. That's why you fight. No other reason. That's why you fight. And respect them, Like I said, all people, all humans, you give them the respect, even if they weren't the most perfect people in life. Give them the respect. No one here is perfect. No one then was perfect. But the one difference between then and now, people that grew up in the World War II area, the Korea area, they grew up in a time where your word was guaranteed, and that's how you were judged, by how you kept your word. More than anything, your reputation was everything. So remember that. Try to remember, when you make a promise to your neighbor or your friend, you keep your word, and it gets rewarded. Trust me. Your
word is your bond.
If I told Mike, if he was my next door neighbor, I'll be there to help cut your grass. 2 months later, I break a leg and I can't cut mine. I'm pretty sure Mike will remember that and say, I'm coming over to cut your grass. Don't worry about it.
I may not even tell you. I may just go ahead and do it.
Do it. Do it. Our generation, our fathers were very important. I feel sorry for the later generations. TV didn't show you fathers, and this is a good example that we had. We had fathers know best. We had, even in a comedic setting, we had Mr. Cunningham as an example as a father. We had Eight's Enough, a character the father played, or even Different Strokes, Mr. Drummond, an example of a father. In the 80s, in the 90s, fathers became a joke for Hollywood, became a myth for Hollywood. It's not that they weren't there, just Hollywood decided they didn't matter. And I'm here to tell you, fathers always matter. They're just as important in your life as your mom, and I love my mom dearly to this day. I'm grateful that I had the man as my father, and I'm grateful for the parents I had. So always give them the respect and honor. That's all I can say.
Yes, and I also want to give a shout out to Black Dragon. Thank you, brother, for your service. Really appreciate it.
Black Dragon.
I never knew my father. No, I'm just kidding. My dad was a hillbilly who was disabled since I was 3 years old. He never did anything great. He never did anything worthwhile. As as on a grand scheme. But the old man taught me how to smoke cigarettes. He taught me how to hunt. He taught me how to work a garden. Taught me how to shoot guns. Did I say that already? No. And he told me a bunch of dirty stories. I love my pop.
It sounds like a good father to me. Did he teach you to have 4 vehicles in your front yard and none of them run and they need to be worked on?
No, he didn't. We weren't that kind of hillbilly.
You weren't that kind of hillbilly.
Front yard garbage. No.
We'll never refer to him as garbage. I had in-laws that was a hillbilly, and he had 4 cars. The work in progress.
Oh yeah, of course they're always work in progress.
Project cars.
Cars that maybe he got 1 done out of the 4, but just 1. But before he can take apart the engine blindfolded, could paint his car, could hammer out the dents in his car. Yeah. See, I might bust on your rednecks and your hillbillies, but I was married to one, so I know what it was.
There was one time after my dad passed away where I had to work on my riding lawnmower engine, and I couldn't get the darn thing to start. So it's like, all right, Dad, what am I doing wrong? And then it hit me one day. It's like, oh, I forgot to do this and that.
Did you forget to change the spark plug?
No, I changed the spark plug. I just forgot to tighten a few bolts.
Or the biggest one, and of course it wasn't someone from the South because they know better. You drain the oil or the mixture of the contraption. And start. Did you put the oil and the gasoline in there? No.
Oops.
You need that oil, man.
You need that oil. Ain't going nowhere with no oil.
No, my pop was a very down to earth, simple guy. He worked all his life. He smoked since he was 4 years old because they didn't know any better. So by the time I was 3 years old, he had emphysema and bronchitis. He used to work for a Green Giant back in the day, and then immediately went on disability. And he sat at his kitchen table every day, drinking out of his green Tupperware glass. I'd always make tea for him. He'd tell me how to make his tea. And he would write letters to people. He'd correspond. He'd tell us stories. When he could get out, he would take us out and shoot our guns, and take us fishing. We'd go fishing all the time. So I learned all the outdoorsy stuff from him, although he couldn't, do a bunch of it. But Dad was a good guy. He took care of us. I mean, we were dirt poor, but he was he always encouraged us to do what we needed and wanted to do. So
always can be poor and happy, then rich should be sad.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm bringing up this picture because this picture was taken on September 27th, 2003. And this was the last picture that my dad and I ever had taken together. We were at a Best Buy store up in Chesapeake, Virginia. We were just looking around at different stuff, and the Canon sales representative was there, and he was showing off one of the cameras he was trying to sell along with a printer. We didn't buy the camera, but we did buy the printer. But one of the things he let us keep was the picture that he took of us.
Nice. I noticed the compact computers in the back.
Mm-hmm.
All I will say is you and your dad do look alike. The only difference is you didn't inherit the height.
No, I didn't. I inherited my grandfather's height on my mother's side.
Gotcha. I could tell your dad did at one time had similar hair color than yours. Just the earned color that we get when we get older. That's earned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's earned.
Because Mike stressed him out too much.
Nah, but my dad was a good man, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about him.
I lost my dad in 95. I always say to myself and always tell people, he fulfilled his purpose. Didn't need to add no more to it. It was fine. But it was never a goodbye. This is my time separated from my dad is time where readying myself for the next visit so that I bump into him when we go on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And some of it's going to be good and some of it's going to be bad. But either way, I know I'm going to see him again.
Yep. And that's what I've said when he passed away. You know, I'll see you again. And that's what I said when my mom passed away last year. I'll see you again.
Yep. It's not goodbye, my friend. Never goodbye. Never goodbye. Just a temporary. I would tell people they're preparing for when your time comes. You got a place. They're going to have a home, and you're going to be with your family again.
Yeah. Because one of the things I said, and it was one of the things he and I had been talking about for a while, is taking one more trip to the Sierras, the Sierra Nevadas, mainly the June Lake Luke area, Mammoth area of California, and having one more father-son fishing trip. Well, you know, that's what we're going to do. When my time comes, we're going on that fishing trip.
There you go. There you go.
And I'm going to say to him, you know, you could have waited.
The thing is, when it's your time, you don't know it. I don't know it. They don't know it. But when it's your time, my friend, you can't fight it. Nothing you can do. You can say, well, I'm not going to go outside and no, the storm ain't going to get me. I ain't going to wreck in my car. You know, that alone think like this. You preventing yourself from going out there. The next day when you go out there and you have to do what you put off because you were scared to do, might happen there. You never know when it's going to happen. The moment you were born, you're doomed that fate. And we all got to go through that fate. As far as I know.
True.
I don't know anybody except one person that managed to come back from it. So,
Pointed unto man wants to die.
Yep. This makes it important that if you have family, regardless, parents still alive, children or grandchildren, no matter what, even if the other side doesn't want anything to do or bothered, just let them know. Because sometimes just letting someone know is enough.
Mm-hmm.
And never end things on a bad note. Families get into arguments just like anybody else. Always try to make, at least even if you're in an argument with them, make your peace so that ain't the last thing you say.
Exactly.
The last thing they remember hearing you say. So I always try to do that. Believe me, I have children that don't agree with me in everything I do. I have nephews and nieces that don't agree. I even have my dear sweet mom with me that She don't want watermelon on her pizza, but you know what? Bill McCracken will persuade you to put that watermelon on your pizza.
Never gonna happen.
It's gonna be a hard fight, Phil.
It's a hard fight, but you know what? I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. I'm not a Rocky fighter. I'm one of them people. I do real quick, back away. Real quick, boom, 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 back away. You know, you might wear me out the longer
Stick
we
and
go.
move. Stick and move. Stick and move.
Stick and move. You know, if you stop, you're dead. You know, that's my philosophy.
So if we ever get into a physical fight over pineapple or watermelon on pizza, is this music that we're gonna hear while we're fighting?
Oh, don't play no Rocky music. Oh Lord.
We'll make sure we play that.
See, my fighting style depends on where I'm at. If I was back in the day in the 700 level of Veteran Stadium in Philly, then it's ECW time. Grab anything, throw anything. If you have to grab the lady next to you and throw her into somebody, you do it. That's ECW Philly style. You have to.
I don't know that that's wise, Phil.
Hey, it might not be wise, but it is smart because while they're in shock looking at her as she had tumbled into somebody else, I'm doing a tactical retreat. You know, tactical.
Here, I've got something for you while we're on the topic.
I'm a slow reader.
Wumple, you are a creature of, oh man, really.
Ew, it's got pineapple on it. Gross.
Yes, I agree. Benny Hill, I love that show. On Father's Day, just so everybody knows, if you ever watch Benny Hill, the old man that he's slapping on top of his head is his father, real life father.
Cool.
Very cool.
You never knew that Benny Hill's dad played the old guy that he slapped on top of the head?
No.
Yep, that was his dad. That was his actual father. Could you not?
Never got into the lore of Benny Hill.
Oh,
I watched Benny Hill, but I never tried to find out about it.
Let's be honest. There were reasons why, as kids, we used to stay up and flip the channel to find Benny Hill.
Yes.
It's good old slapstick comedy.
And the women's.
And yeah.
Well, that too.
That show could not be made today. No.
And gentlemen, I think on that note, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk Sunday morning edition. I want to thank you, gentlemen, for coming on the panel. Anonymous, it's always a pleasure to have you on the panel. Whoopa Troopa, thank you for coming on, brother. And
I'll
Phil,
never be here again. He's not letting me come back.
You got too weird, Phil. You got too weird.
This is my booting off Pop Talk because let's be honest, prejudice against pineapple, peaches, and watermelon on pizza. But you notice they were fine with the anchovies. Just point that out. They're fine with the anchovies.
Who said I'm fine with that?
Oh,
I remember
definitely not coming back now. I mentioned anchovies. Done.
My grandma bought an anchovy pizza once, asked if we wanted some. I said, why are there sweaty eyebrows all across this pizza? What's up with this?
They're salty.
This pizza doesn't taste right.
No. I ate anchovies one time when I was a kid.
Smells funny.
I remember liking it, but I haven't ate it since. I'm not willing to give it a try.
My dad used to like eating anchovy pizza and also a can of sardines.
Yes, I love sardines.
Yeah, my dad. My God, my dad would eat sardines and kippers and jack mackerel and just anything you think of, canned fish, he'd eat it.
Yep, I want to thank everybody who stopped by the stream, even if it was just to lurk and leave a like. Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. Of course, I want to acknowledge each and every one of you, starting with the Padawannabe. Thank you very much, brother. And Anonymous, you first hopped into the chat, but I want to acknowledge you there first. Of course, we had...
That's me.
That's right. We have Black Dragon. Thank you, John. It's good to see you, brother. Don't be a stranger. And we also had Whoopa Troopa. And of course, he hopped on the panel. Everybody's always welcome on the panel.
I hate that guy.
I like the hat, even though Mike doesn't. I think the color scheme is good.
Yeah, I gotta bother Mike somehow,
I understand the rivalry. I do.
It's okay. It's okay. I've seen better hats. Want to thank DJ Ronnie G for stopping by. Of course, the Nerdporial Life Form, the Admiral. We also had Christian Fandom Geek. Thank you very much. And let's see, who else did we have? Got to scroll up. We had Spock from Spock's Friday Nights. Jeff B. If you say so, Phil. If you say so.
It's coming. It's coming. Shatner cut. Be ready for it.
All right. All right. I'll be waiting with bated breath. Dick Marks, thank you for stopping by. We also had, keep scrolling up, Fat Steven Seagal. Thank you for coming by, Fats.
He can't
really
handle
appreciate
my
it, brother.
Appeal. He can't handle my sex appeal. It's too much for him.
Okay, I'd like to tell Steven, I'd like to have you on the panel one of these days so you and Phil can discuss this. Who has the better sex appeal or whatever you two want to debate about. I'll give you the platform and you can debate about it.
I'm
That's so
sexy
nice.
for my stream.
It'll be short.
Sexy for your stream.
Because you have to remember, with appeal, it's like this. Some people have it, some people don't. Those who don't wish they had it, pray for it, wish they could get it, but they just can't have it. And I have it, and he doesn't, and he can't handle it.
And some people are on drugs.
Yes, cocaine's a powerful drug.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I
I'm like
also want
you,
to thank,
horny, baby.
Don't make you Randy.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
I want to thank Pops for stopping by as well. Already mentioned DJ. Already mentioned Jeff B. Anonymous. Keep going. Of course, Mr. Watermelon and Pineapple and
guy. Get him out of here.
Phil McCracken.
That insanity. He didn't take his psycho drugs this morning. Or he's on a sugar rush that's never stopping.
Well, Pat Steven did say that this live stream is brought to you by drugs.
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, I know. I'm just referring to it. And that was everybody who stopped by during the live stream. If you stopped by on the replay, thank you very much. If you like this edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, don't forget to smash that like button. Leave a comment down in the comment section below. Share this out with your friends and subscribe to not just myself, but Whoopa Troopa and Anonymous. Unfortunately, Phil doesn't have a channel, so
YouTube couldn't handle it. So it's better never to go there.
Yeah, we don't need him making a channel because his first video is going to be about watermelon on pizza.
There you go. I would bring YouTube down.
Get ratio
to
oblivion.
Let me know, and I'll create the channel. I'll bring it down.
And with that being said, all I have to say is this.
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.